on every timeline, in every universe.
There's one thing that we always talk about: Marvel.
Welcome to the Goodell Multiverse podcast. I am Sam Goodell.
I'm Isaiah Goodell. Thank you for joining us for our march to Doomsday.
All right, guys, are you ready? We are excited on this new episode. This is episode 4, Iron Man 2 Retrospective. We've been having fun doing the other Marvel films so far, and definitely have some hot takes, I would say, on the first 2 films thus far. Let's see what the third film's going to do for us. But before we get into that, we're going to start our little show off by talking about the news, and then we're going to roll into Daredevil Born Again Season 2. They released 2 episodes of it this past week, so we are going to dive into what we think about those episodes, and then, of course, talk about our main topic at hand, Iron Man 2.
Yes, and if you like what you see and hear, guys, please hit the subscribe, follow, all that fun stuff. Whatever you can do to give us a hand to keep us going. Show us that you guys are paying attention and like what we're doing, and we'll keep her going. We're going to do it regardless, hopefully. So, but yeah, help us along. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, we're kind of amateurs at this, so we're just setting it up with our phones and some ring lights, and I put together like a little slideshow to help us keep the pace going. But if you really like what you see here, just like what my brother said, if you want to subscribe, like all of our social media, follow all of our social media, definitely comment on things. It helps with that YouTube algorithm to get us going and get us out there. We want to build up this channel, and hopefully we could do bigger things in the future.
Yeah, we've already been doing some talking about it, and we definitely would like, different kind of space, different kind of cameras. We have a lot of things that we want to do, but it's all going to be kind of dependent on what the reception is and how many people like to see us. So we'd love for you guys to be part of it, because we could keep doing this.
Oh, yes.
We got X-Men movies. We got anything you can think Marvel. We've even discussed talking other different kinds of movies once we get caught up with everything, in 10 years, because it's probably how long it'll take. And so, but yeah, we've had a lot of good ideas. We have a lot of fun little side things we've talked and we want to try to do. So, we would love to definitely get to that point if we can. So like and subscribe and all that fun stuff. Send us to people that you know so we can get a lot of listens.
Yes. And we will never say no to donations, because we don't do this as a for-profit thing. We're just doing this as we're 2 brothers who love Marvel to death. We just want to give our 2 cents on Marvel, and that's why we're doing something like this. Yeah. All right. So let's roll into the news of the week.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So it is April, everybody. Actually, we're filming this the day before Easter, so happy Easter. And because it's April, we do know for a fact that Marvel is doing reshoots on Avengers Doomsday starting this month. We don't have a specific date and when they're starting, but they are expected to start this month, April 2026, and conclude by July 2026. Perfect time for Comic-Con San Diego, if I should think so.
Yeah, I'd say.
All right. So do you have any thoughts on Doomsday, what you've heard of thus far? What do you think these reshoots are going to entail?
Yeah. So, with every movie out there, every movie, especially big budget movies, before the movie even starts filming, in negotiations, they talk about reshoots. Some people hear reshoots and they think, oh no, something's wrong. And that's usually never the case. Not saying that hasn't been the case before in some DC movies we could talk about in the future, whole movies, but normally these kind of movies, when they say reshoots, they plan on this kind of stuff, because you have a certain amount of time when you make a movie, and they're given a certain amount of time. And if they can keep it under budget or negotiate some more of their budget later on to, things come up and they're like, hey, maybe we should have got this scene, or it'd be great to insert this cameo, and stuff like that. That's what the reshoots are going to be used for, for the most part. So I never jump to any kind of negativity when someone hears reshoots, because it's just normal. It's all, oh, hey, can we get Robert back for this? Because hey, it'd be a great, man, as we film this, we realize it'd be cool if we come out of this side of the room instead of the other. And that's what that's put aside for. And sometimes it's scheduling. Sometimes it's, man, we can't get this guy until way later. So that's going to go under the reshoots thing as an actual shoot. And then there are times where it could be correcting problems. I think in this case, personally, I think they've been watching what everyone's been talking about online, which is a detriment to Marvel and also a good thing that Marvel does. And I think we're just seeing people getting added. And whether they're getting added last minute or if this is when they plan to add them anyway, I think that's what's happening. I hope so too, because if we have our final list of characters of who's in this, then I'm a little disappointed on a couple of them. You know, if you're going to do the old school X-Men that we had back in the day, then where the hell is Storm and Jean Grey? So don't knock this opportunity. You can't tell me those two actresses got too much going on where they can't show up for a day and do a reshoot. You know what I mean? And even if their cameo, even if it's a cameo and not in that long, I would, as long as it's treated good, we'd be fine with that. But I think that there's a lot of surprises coming with this movie as well. They baited us already with the people they got coming and the people they have coming back. So I think anything on top of it that they're not telling us, you know, I could only imagine what that would be. You know, if you compared that to like Spider-Man No Way Home, you know, we all guessed the other two Spider-Men were in it, but up until the day of, they weren't going to tell us.
Yeah. Oh, they kept that very close to their chest.
And we could have bet our houses on and all become millionaires because we knew it was going to happen. But it wasn't until after the movie was released. Like, yeah, you guys were right there and there. You know what I mean? So, and it's kind of like with this Doomsday, man, look at what they're showing us. Think about what they're not showing us.
Yeah.
And I think Marvel's learned their lesson about showing too much.
Yeah.
In the past. So I think that they're definitely being they have some tricks.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, gosh, look at how many trailers for the last two Avengers movies there were when there's nobody in scenes that they just inserted later. You know, so it's like, oh, wow. Yeah, that person's in the scene. I didn't realize that. So, yeah, no, reshoot's exciting. Yeah, bring it.
To piggyback off what you just said, whenever I hear of a movie doing reshoots, one, that's usually always part of any movie, not just Marvel or DC or comic book movies or that specific genre, but any movie usually does reshoots. And and they're baked into people's contracts for that reason, because, you know, sometimes what you put on paper doesn't translate well to the screen. And so if you could change one scene or make a couple of specific things different, add something, maybe even take out some stuff and you have to reshoot that scene because of it, then reshoots are always a good thing. The only time that it becomes a red flag is when you hear reports of multiple reshoots where they've had to do, like in Brave New World, which we're going to eventually get down the road to at some point, where they've had to reportedly film that film, almost the whole film, about 3 to 4 times. And they've had 3 or 4 times of audiences testing it to say, this is not working. That's when you know you got a red flag project. But reshoots are meant to improve upon what they've already done and make it better for us as the audience to enjoy them. So whenever I hear reshoots, I don't think, oh no, doom and gloom. I always think, oh, they see the issues and they want to make sure they address them.
Yeah.
And that's cool. It's good hindsight, good being proactive in that sense. My thoughts on Doomsday is that's not the full cast. Even RDJ and Marvel's like, we can add some more people. And if you go anywhere on the internet right now, you're going to hear rumors. You're going to hear insiders saying, oh, this person's on set. Oh, this person's in talks. Oh, this person's returning. Heck, you even go on Google and you ask, what's part of the new reshoots? And it's going to give you a list of all these different characters. But the thing is, at the end of the day, guys, nothing is confirmed yet by Marvel or the respected actors. And yes, to my brother's point, when it came to No Way Home, Andrew Garfield, he is the best at not revealing that he's there. And to the point where you could watch him, you're like, oh, stop asking him the question. He's getting more uncomfortable. But he's just a great actor. He knows what to do. So most of these people aren't going to confirm any of that. You're not going to hear, sorry, Famke Jensen. I almost mispronounced your name. I was so stoked I met her. Anyways,
you're going to say no.
You're not going to.
They're told to either say no, or I can't talk about it.
Yeah, or they're going to say, well, if they call me. Meanwhile, they're already on the phone with their agent saying, what role can I get? So we're going to see, I'm sure, more characters, and we could all speculate who's going to be in it. We have our 2 cents on A, B, C, and D is definitely returning, but it's not official yet, and until we see them in the trailer leaked out, they talk about it, things like that, that's when we know, okay, we can start mentioning things, So we'll see when that comes. And Marvel is just still rolling out all of their promotion for Doomsday. We have a whole year's worth of fun speculations and insider information and official releases we're going to be talking about. They're making this thing its own event.
Yeah, and don't forget, we have another Avengers movie coming right after.
Yeah.
That's going to be with everybody in it, too. Yeah. So whoever wasn't in this one, probably going to show up in the next one, at least.
Mhm.
It's kind of how they did in Infinity War and Endgame, whereas there was more of different. I mean, I think most were in both, kind of, but ultimately by the end of Endgame, you got everybody. You know,
Yeah.
So we know they can do it, and we know that that's not the problem. It's just a matter of,
When it comes to the speculating, though, I want to ask Ike a question. Just pick 2 characters you want to return and 2 characters you think are going to return, but they haven't announced it yet.
Okay. So this is very odd, and I think you know my answer already. If you're going to bring the old X-Men in, then you might as well as take the opportunity and bring the old X-Men in. So if Storm and Jean Grey are in it, to me, that's a very big missed opportunity. Both of those actors are on record saying they do it to people in public. Now, obviously, we know behind the scenes, maybe contractually, there's arguments, and maybe that's why. But if they're telling the fans that they would do it, they're kind of throwing Marvel under the bus, making Marvel be the one that has to make it happen. Then, if I can't see it at any, if you're going to do it, give it to us, because that's the one thing that's going to turn us off. Is specifically me, and I think I can speak for you with it. Is if you do those guys wrong, you might as well just leave the movie. I mean, you can't do them dirty. It's like you can do interesting stuff, and we'll be down for a lot of weird things. But if it's just going to be, hey, no one really cares about these people, and we're just going to kind of doing it for some sort of weird little fan service, then that might be the movie wraps for me, guys. Like, I really care about how they treat these people, what they do with them, and Russos have proven to treat characters the best out of anyone that's been in the MCU. They all treat them real well, but the Russos really know how to treat them in a big cast for just little moments. We can get the Cyclops we want in 10 minutes, but if there's not a shot of Xavier with Magneto and the X-Men standing behind him, like they're about to go whoop some butt, then what the heck are we making here? Then why are we making this movie? It's like whether they win or lose, and if it's just a shot of it, I just want to see that shot where Storm comes up in the air and Magneto's behind Xavier, and Cyclops has got his glasses ready, and Jean's just boom. It's like what are we missing? What are we not? Like that's what we want to see. So let's see it. And if you're gonna do fan service, then that's the fan service you need to do. Yeah, and ones that I think will show up. I think, well, I would be surprised if Kane isn't kind of mentioned or recast or CGI'd, or maybe not though. I say that thinking that they have to, but they don't have to. I guess there'd be no other way. I think a real good way to show Doom in all his power is if he killed all the Kangs. And I know that's been a rumor that's floated around, and I kind of hope that one's a true rumor, because that'd be a great, the whole cow. We thought Kane was going to be big and bad. He was doing stepping over his dead bodies or something. That'd be great. That would be my opinion, is something like that. I don't know. I'm surprised. I'll be honest. I, for a long time, thought we were going to have more characters added and people, but now that we haven't by now, it kind of makes me thinking maybe we're not, maybe not. But we have CinemaCon coming up soon, which I think there's going to be a trailer for this. I think it's going to be the official teaser trailer, because I think if I'm not, we might have to look this up to fact check it, but I don't think Marvel's even considering the little teasers they put in front of Avatar as actual teaser trailers, or more just teasers to Doomsday itself. I think we're going to get an official teaser trailer, which is going to be more of a little bit of scope now of what we're looking at in the world, and not just character theme stuff. And then we'll get probably a main trailer by Sandy. Okay. Now, when we see those trailers publicly is a different story, but I'm sure we're going to get guys coming out of CinemaCon explain, breaking down a teaser trailer to Avengers. And that's going to be where they're going to show that, because they're showing it to the movie studios and the movie theaters to get them excited for what's coming. So that's where they do see more. Really, they do see more stuff at a CinemaCon than they would at San Diego. So yeah, I bet we get a really good description. I bet they show Spider-Man at Comic-Con. And they give you a teaser trailer for Doomsday. Or not Comic-Con, CinemaCon. Yeah. I bet when they go to CinemaCon, they're all going to be the movie they're going to watch. They're going to watch Spider-Man.
Well, we do know that all of the majority, I would say, of the heads of all these movie theaters, why they're going to CinemaCon is to get their theaters excited and prepped for this is what Sony's rolling out, Marvel's rolling out, DC's rolling out, all that stuff. So they're getting them prepped for the upcoming releases and see what they're going to do. Deals are made when it comes to like merchandise and all the promotions, all that stuff, usually at these type of things. But it's already been reported that most of them believe that this Avengers Doomsday is going to be their biggest movie of the year. So they're kind of already have that mindset of, okay, we're just going to now prepare for December, because Doom 3 coming out, Doomsday, whether one of them is going to blink and change their release dates, who knows? That is a rumor that's going around right now, but it's still just a rumor. Nothing's official yet. So as far as we know, Doomsday is actually happening. So
right, yeah, nothing's changed there. Yeah.
Nothing's officially changed. So yeah, this would be a really crappy thing that Marvel does this. But watch they release their teaser trailer, and it's all those 4 trailers just mashed into one.
Oh my god!
And it make you be like,
really?
Oh, I don't think Marvel would actually do that, because that would be really poor fan service. I mean, if they did it, they would still add in different scenes, newer scenes, something that says this is new and fresh. But yeah, if they do that, I'll be like, what the heck, man? These movies are rumored to be 3 hours plus long, because that's what the Russo brothers have openly said. They want to do 3 hours plus long for both Doomsday and Secret Wars. So if that's the case, you got enough footage there. Yeah. And there's enough B-roll to throw in, because as we see in some trailers, some of those scenes in the trailers, and case in point, Iron Man 2, I found this out recently. That's why we're doing our retrospective of it. There's a scene in the trailer for Iron Man 2, never went into the movie. That's right. It was just changed a little bit, but it still was enough of a change where you're like, oh, that didn't get added. And basically done. So yeah. Anyways, I'll just give my 2 cents real quick to wrap up this part of the Doomsday news. 2 characters that I want to return. And I know there are fans for every character out there, so don't judge me. But also, judge me. I want to see She-Hulk return, because I think she was perfectly cast, just in a bad show. And I gotta say, and this might be a weird one, but I want to see Anna Paquin come back as Rogue.
Oh, yeah, good choice.
I tell you, she's, in my opinion, she's probably one of the most, when we talk about X-Men, we're definitely going to get into it, because you could tell when they started the X-Men film series, she was going to be a main thing. And then all of a sudden, by like the second and third one, she was kind of just put into the background, treated like more of a Jubilee and Shadowcat type character that they did in the comics, where they're just a kid that's there. But don't underestimate Rogue. And I love how Bryan Singer portrayed her. I want to see what a Rogue with the actual Ms. Marvel absorbed powers type thing would do. And if they were teasing that for Days of Future Past, and they cut her out, we had a whole complete Rogue cut. And
I was just going to say,
much better.
If you like Days of Future Past and you've never seen the Rogue cut, do yourself a favor.
Oh my gosh.
Because it's like a 10 times better movie.
Yes. Oh, it's
amazing.
So good. When we review Days of Future Past, we're not reviewing the theatrical version.
Yeah.
We are reviewing the Rogue cut, the full thing as it was meant to be. So when we get
to that, which is funny, because today it would have worked great. Mm-hmm. I don't know why they were so skittish to do it then.
Yeah, right.
They say time was too long, but I'm like, not compared to what we get today.
Oh my gosh!
It's like I'm like, it's not too long at all, and it's great.
Yeah, exactly. So I would love to see Rogue return as part of this this ensemble of the X-Men, revisiting the Fox X-Men. If you're going to do these type of, like you said, if you're going to do these not cameo fest, I don't want to say that, but these castings bring these specific characters back while they're concluding the multiverse. This is your time. And if they're going all in for X-Men, I'm surprised her name wasn't already on there, because she has openly said in a podcast within this past 4 or 5 months, I want to come back and be like,
Yeah.
bring her back. You have Gambit. Why not have his Rogue? That would be amazing. Anyways.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you 100% on that. It's like, especially unless Marvel's got a plan to do some sort of X-Men versus Avengers later, which kind of sits weird with me. And this is your opportunity to do an X-Men versus Avengers, like kind of like you mash up some stories to do it, to just bring them all, man. I mean, if you got Alan coming back as Nightcrawler, which has been since X2 that we saw, and then you're trying to pull out some big stops. So just, go all out then. It's like, what's it, I would rather see less of our Avengers and more of the X-Men in this movie.
Yeah.
That would be my compromise.
Yeah.
So if we can't afford all of them, well, then, then we don't need to see the fake, our crappy Captain America we have right now. Save Sam Wilson for a different movie.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately,
I mean,
the sentiment.
Yeah, he's just one of them. There's a couple of them I would say kick him out. But I would take the X-Men over him. No offense, I like him, and I like to see him in both these movies. But if it's a matter of money, then man, I'm telling you, give us the X-Men then. We'll take it.
Yeah. So those are the two people I want in it. The two people that I'm expecting to be in it.
Yeah.
I would have to say, I'm expecting Brie Larson as Captain Marvel to be in it, and I'm expecting Monica Rambeau to be in it as Photon, I think is her official code name in the movies. The Brie Larson part of things, she's, if you are bringing back the ensemble cast of the X-Men, you're going to need heavy hitters on the Avengers. And let's face it, guys, who they have cast so far, you got good casts. I'm not saying they're bad. Like Winter Soldier, he's in it. We know he's going to be good. Then you have the Black Panther, you have some of these characters in it. But if you're going up against the X-Men and what they've already established as the X-Men coming in, like the Magnetos and all that stuff, you're going to need someone that's super, super powerful. And I don't think the Hulk is going to be in this movie. That might be a hot take for me.
No,
and I might
be
surprised.
Yeah.
But we don't know what he's going to do in Brand New Day. And so
I don't think we're going to see the Hulk at all in Brand New Day.
He's in Brand New Day.
I don't think we're going to see the Hulk.
Oh, the Hulk. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, there's a difference. Bruce Banner, Hulk. Yes.
Yeah, I think we're only going to see Bruce, which if I was doing Brand New Day, it's exactly how I'd do it. Because we don't need the Hulk in there. We want a Spider-Man. Even if you're adding some other characters that, we're a little worried about, but which still isn't confirmed, by the way.
It's not confirmed.
But I think smartly would be just have him as Bruce Banner. I think that does good. That would be good for Mark to play himself, or to be, so you can actually see him. But on top of it, you don't need it. Now I think you don't need Hulk until Secret Wars. In fact, I think the next time we see Hulk, we should see him revert back to Crazy Hulk.
Yes.
In Secret Wars would be the best time to do it, because if they do Secret Wars, anything close to comics, they all lose their memory and all that stuff. That'd be the perfect time for whatever he's done to make himself Smart Hulk be reversed. So then he's on Battleworld as this crazy maniac Hulk, because he's been changed.
Exactly.
So save Hulk for that. And that's when I want to see She-Hulk again, is in Secret Wars.
Yeah.
Or never again. But that's
See, for me, I would say on She-Hulk, I've been a fan of She-Hulk since the comics. I did like her in the comics, and I thought she does great in ensemble castings. So I was stoked when the show was announced. I even had the privilege of meeting Tatiana Maslany at a Comic-Con within the past couple of years, and she's a wonderful girl. And I think she was a great casting for Jennifer Walters, and even her performance itself, I did not personally have a problem with. It was just the script that she was given. I think that they made it too kiddish. It was pushing itself to be funny, and there were points where it just wasn't funny.
Yeah.
And I think that they went overboard with that. And so there's only 2 good episodes in the She-Hulk show. I'm sorry. But
I think you're going to get your other characters too. I just don't know. Personally, I think that they're going to be more for the second one.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're going to see, much like Infinity War was, I'm okay with them splitting them up too, like that. But I think you're definitely gonna get you want, except for being around. May just that be the unfortunate thing.
All right. Anyways, let's move on from Doomsday.
Yeah.
Everyone, if you're listening to this, and by the way, if you're listening to this, we have a video version of this podcast now on our YouTube, so please go on to that. But if you're watching us on YouTube and you don't want to watch us on YouTube, you don't want to see our faces, or you just want to listen to the audio version of this, we are on Spotify, we're on Amazon, we're on
the webs.
Yeah, we're on all those favorite streaming platforms. So go check us out there. And let us know in the comments below who you think should be in these reshoots for Avengers Doomsday.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the reshoots? And if you like our opinions or not, please let us know in the comments below. Next thing on our news, No Way Home is officially coming to Disney Plus on April 15th, 2026. This marks the first time one streaming platform has had the entire library of the MCU.
Wow.
Thank you, Sony. So,
yeah.
Any thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's quite crazy. I never thought about them not having everything all at once, because you never really go look for all at once sometimes. Yeah, I think this is the crappy part about sharing this character is if you did want to do like this awesome marathon of watching MCU, you get to the Spider-Man and you go, well, I guess I better rent it on Amazon or 40 Fandango or whatever, which is fine. Those websites are great and those streaming services are great, but it is nice to have them all in one spot. And I think it's silly that the studios act the way they do about these characters and their ownership of them. You know, it's like, come on, guys. What were you going to do with Spider-Man that Marvel didn't fix for you? Like, I'm sorry, those other movies are good. We like Andrew Garfield, we like Tobey Maguire, but those movies weren't going anywhere. You know, the third Tobey Maguire one wasn't that good, you know? And maybe in a rewatch, we could have a conversation about something, which we probably will. And the Andrew Garfield one, nobody liked the ending. I don't know. I think you're kind of a fool if you thought the second one was a fantastic movie. It's got its ups, that's for sure, but it's definitely got its way downs. And Marvel knew that. You know, look what they did. Look how much they even changed Electro in, you know, No Way Home, because they knew that the blue didn't work. You know, it's like you don't think Sony kind of felt butthurt from that, which they should, because they've been messing it up. And look at what they've been doing with the rest of the Spider-Man's group of characters they have. Those movies suck. They're just not good. You know, Venom was was a miracle that it was as good as it was. And then you realized you couldn't do that 2 more times, you know, because both those ones they're fun. They're the better of that universe they got going on over there, but they're not that good, you know? And I don't know. It's just silly to me that why is it like this? Why do we have to wait for it? I'm glad it's going to be there. I'm probably going to watch it a bunch of times, you know? It's a great movie. I mean, I own it. Obviously, I can watch anytime, but it's nice to not have to go put the DVD or, you know, Blu-ray in and all that. And someday we won't have any of that. So we would be at the behest of whatever Sony decides with these. I don't know. I just can't wait for the day Sony just throws their arms up and realizes we're not going to do this anymore. You know, but as long as Marvel makes the money for them, they're always going to be involved. So,
and well, at least one good thing that you'll say about this partnership, in my opinion, with Spider-Man. Yes, Marvel Studios, similar to what we're already talking about in this retrospective in the early starts, they are filming and they're producing these movies, and Sony's just distributing them, just getting a piece of the pie, all that stuff. But part of the contract that Sony has with Marvel to keep these rights is every 6 years or 6 months or something specific like that, they have to be in production of a Spider-Man movie. And so if all the rights revert back to Marvel, which a lot of people would like to see happen, they could do Spider-Man whenever they want. So I think he's a popular enough character. They're going to keep him going, of course, especially when they have Tom Holland and, you know, you got some of these things like that. But you don't have that guarantee every 6 years you have a Spider-Man movie then at that point. So you could get every 6 years, you could go a decade, and then all of a sudden you see Spider-Man again. So
are you very familiar with their deal? somewhat. If I had a question,
Somewhat.
maybe you could answer.
Yeah, I'll do the best that I can.
If you can, it'd be something that maybe in the comments you guys let us know, and we'll look it up and maybe correct whatever we say next time.
Yep. Or check out John Campia. He actually has
That's
a very
right.
good
Yeah.
segment on this. And we love you, John.
Yeah, definitely check out. I'll probably watch John's thing after our podcast today just to clarify with myself. But it made me wonder just now, so can they just use Tom Holland whenever they wanted to then as well? Sony, say Sony tomorrow says, you know what, we're going to do our own Spider-Man movie.
No.
They can't do that.
Farther,
But they can with the animated though.
yeah, the animated, they have certain rights to. Actually, from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that Disney has rights to the animated part, like the TV show part, but it's specific time frames. If it's anything that's over a half hour, Disney can't do it. Sony can do it. If Sony says we're going to do a Spider-Man TV show, it has to be like 45 minutes to 55 minutes minimum of an episode. So they can't do like a short kids show on whatever Cartoon Network is out there type thing. Tom Holland cannot appear in Disney Plus TV shows, at least at this time. I'm sure maybe in the future they'll amend that where he can have a cameo, all that stuff. But
he also can't appear like in the next Craven movie either.
No, he can't appear in.
It has to be a conjoined movie.
Yep, Spider-Man specific. That's why they've had the Sonyverse of Spider-Man,
right,
where it's all of Spider-Man's characters, but they can't even mention Spider-Man by name. You ever notice in Madam Web, they get so close. They say Ben Parker. They can say all these different things. They has a kid. We're going to name him. Then it cuts.
Yeah.
They can't even say Peter Parker.
You see, hot take, I've never seen the Into the Spider-Verse or the other one, like the two cartoons that I know everyone says are phenomenal. I probably should watch them.
Well, I'm going to piggyback on your
guy.
I'm going to piggyback on your hot take. I'm going to tell you, they are overrated.
Ooh. Boy,
I know.
Because as far as I know, people say this is the best stuff they ever saw.
I know. I see many of you guys on YouTube, and I highly respect you. I love you. I listen to you all the time, even if I don't agree with everything. But I am telling you, I've watched the first one. I liked it, but I wouldn't have said, oh, it's better than some of these other things that they've done for Spider-Man. And I watched the second one. I didn't even finish the second one because part of me was like switching off in it.
Yeah.
And I know people have said the second one's better than the first. It's the best they've ever done with Spider-Man. I don't think it's the best they've ever done with Spider-Man.
No. Yeah, see, I have a strange relationship with cartoons. It's not anything to do with whether I think they're good or bad. I don't want to think I'm telling you you're wrong or that I get why you like them. I just have a disassociation with them for some reason. I feel like they're not made for me. I like to, when I watch a movie, I like to feel that moment of immersion, like where I could feel like, I forget the rest of the world. And when it's a cartoon, I never can, because to me, it's always been that's just purely fun entertainment, which makes, there's good cartoons out there. I'm not going to say they're not, but I can't, other than Land Before Time when I was 6 years old, I don't cry at cartoons because they're cartoons, guys.
And if if you don't cry at Land Before Time, you are a psycho.
Yeah. Maybe that's why it's the way I feel about it, because I watched it a little too young, or it hit me a little too hard. But anyway, but there's no Spider-Man like Peter Parker Spider-Man in those movies, right?
There is. Yeah. So
they can do that, but Marvel can't just make a Spider-Man movie without them. See, to me, that's like this deal got a little weird, Yeah. Or at the very least, they can't just say, look, we're going to put it on with the rest of our movies that are in the same universe.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if why, I don't understand why, if we can have Doctor Strange in it, why can't Doctor Strange be on Disney Plus then? So then why doesn't there should be a conversation there where it's like the only thing that they got say to is the Spider-Man stuff.
Mm-hmm. And from my understanding of this current deal, and by the way, these deals aren't public. This is all just what's come out from insiders about it, whether it's written in books or they specifically mentioned it because they've worked on these things. Spider-Man, the character, Peter Parker himself, he has specific rules on how he's supposed to be portrayed. He always has to be a white, straight male. He always has to be of this certain age range. He always has to have these certain struggles, which to a degree, I will say, I get it, because one, it's the image of what Sony wants, and two, it's the image of what Stan Lee created. So I always would back up the original creation of a character, but also there's a point where if you're too rigid with the character, then there's no room for creativity of revitalizing them. But Spider-Man does not need revitalizing. So I'm fine with some of those restrictions.
Yeah. Some of that is you got to let go of what was before. As long as it's in service of the character.
Mm.
Speaking of John Gambit, he says this best, where you can do anything with that character as long as it doesn't change who that character is.
Yes.
And honestly, Spider-Man being white or black doesn't really matter. To me, that's not a thing that changes who Spider-Man is. Now, there's certain things that you do with him or like why he's Spider-Man. I mean, obviously I don't want a 60-year-old Spider-Man, right? So it's nice that Spider-Man is someone that starts out in school because we've always known Spider-Man to be in school, right? So there's certain things that don't mess too big with that. I think that's tough, because I mean, Marvel has kind of messed with it already, really. I mean, we took Uncle Ben out of the equation completely with the new version of Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
It's now what color he is and all that stuff. I don't know if that matters to me. When I'm watching, there's things that wouldn't matter. It's obviously we wouldn't make Black Panther, a white guy, because there's not a lot of white guys in Wakanda, so we're going to be realistic here. Black Panther, to him, it would be in service to the character that he stays black. You know what I mean? And
in Marvel Comics, they just changed that.
Yeah,
T'Challa's, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, illegitimate son, who's a white guy, has become Black Panther. And I know online,
you say, why? Like, what would be the whole?
A lot of people were like, "Oh, how dare you do that?" And I'm like, well, I just chuckle at that only because it's like if the roles were switched, I don't think we'd hear that much of an uproar. But
honestly, I'm okay with it too, as long as it makes sense. Like, at least it's his illegitimate son. And it's not just some random white guy. Because then it would be weird, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I'd have to look more into that and see why they did that.
I don't know too much about it too. I just remember seeing it pop up and seeing the picture, and I'm like, oh, heads are turning, I'm sure.
And it's funny because it sometimes it all depends on even with our X-Men, we have that issue with the X-Men a little bit. I'm worried about what they're going to do with Xavier and Magneto in the MCU, and because who they are as their character does mean a lot. I'm not saying they can't be any race or any kind of creed or anything. They can be, but it still has to service a character. That as long as Magneto hates mankind for specific reasons and Xavier loves mankind for specific reasons, then we'll be all right. But you got to get there and we got to believe it, which is why Singer using the Holocaust was brilliant. When you come down to Magneto, what they're going to use in the future, I'm concerned. That's a different topic though, on a different time. For Spider-Man, this is exciting. Can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, April 15th to be on Disney Plus. My only question is this the theatrical version or is this the re-release, more fun version that they had in theaters? Where apparently they had more scenes. I'm actually not expecting that only because the road cut is not on Disney Plus. Come on, Marvel. Release the road cut on Disney Plus for your audience. Yeah. Don't deprive them of that. Anyways.
I just can't wait to watch that scene with him and Green Goblin again and they fight. Oh my God.
That's such a God.
It's a neat little trick you got there, Peter. I love it so much.
But anyways, guys, let us know what you think on Spider-Man No Way Home swinging its way on to Disney Plus on April 15th. Finally, the full MCU under one streaming platform. Cow. And mind you, too, I'll just add one quick note to this while you're typing in your comments, which I hope you're doing that right now. That No Way Home was released in theaters in 2021. It is now 2026 by the time it's coming to Disney Plus. So, with Brand New Day being releasing this year in 2026, you're waiting at least until 2030 before this comes onto Disney Plus for the new one, unless things have changed with their contracts. But so enjoy it while you got it for right now. The full MCU on their one platform.
Yeah.
All right. Next thing on our list, we're going to talk about, this is a last minute addition to our podcast, because we found out this morning that some leaked images. Now, I say that with a grain of salt because paparazzi easily could come onto sets of movies and shows and start taking pictures. And then official sites could start discrediting it, saying it's AI, all that stuff. But from my understanding, these are pictures taken from people watching the filming and actually getting good high quality close-ups of these actors. And if I remember right, some of these have the Getty Images label on it, which if that's true, that is a reputable company out there that takes pictures of celebrities. So we're officially putting it in the Marvel news that they are currently filming Daredevil Born Again season 3 right now, while season 2 is still actively being released. They're already filming season 3, planning on it for next year to be coming out, and the Defenders are on set. Which means this season, we already know Jessica Jones is going to be in it, but Luke Cage and Iron Fist are officially, in some way, shape, or form, appearing and returning in season 3 of Born Again. What are your thoughts, Ike?
So I have to admit, I haven't seen all of everything that involves Defenders before, all the other things before. So I'm late to the Daredevil party. I started watching the Netflix stuff, and I'm watching that while I'm watching Brand New Day, which is, I know, might be kind of, oh, how can you do that? I don't know, I've been enjoying Brand New Day without being caught up. So, yeah, Born Again. So, I'm sorry, not. Yeah. So I got Spider-Man on the mind, guys. Yeah, Born Again. I've been enjoying Born Again. I don't feel like they made me feel like I had to know too much. I did a little homework, spoiled some stuff for myself, just so I didn't go in completely blind. But I think this is exciting. I'll tell you what it tells me right away, because I can't really speak on all the other ones in 100% how I feel about them. But it tells me, though, that they have a plan for Daredevil. If they've already greenlit season 3 and they're already filming it, and they got these characters coming back, if this rumor is all true and it all pays out to be real, then they have a plan. And any good thing about a TV show is if there's a plan, it's probably a better show than most. Most of the shows I find that aren't good are shows that they don't know what they're going to do until they're there. And unlike movies, doing that with a TV show is real hard. So if they got a plan, which also makes me think maybe this next season's a final season, which be prepared for. And I kind of hope so, because I like things that are good coming to an end, because it makes what that is precious, and you're not just playing it out further, So yeah, no, it just tells me that whatever they're doing, anything in season 2 it's not going to feel like, okay, they're just going to keep going a certain direction until they have some sort of answer. It's like, nope, they've got an idea of what they already want to do. And I bet it's real big, It kind of makes me wonder how this season ends, to see why they all come into, obviously it's going to be some big epic showdown, right? But which actually now makes me wonder who the bad guy is going to be, because it can't just be them versus Fisk, which could be even more interesting. Like, have characters showing up that we've never seen before, or that we haven't seen in a while, or that have different change of motive, or it could be fun. Could be interesting. So that's where I take out of it is, oh, thank God they got a plan and not just making, because I'll be honest with you, when we talked a little today about Daredevil, I kind of felt like you guys are just doing things to do things right now, which is okay because it's a show and they got to build. But sometimes building feels like, at what point is there a peak to this tower? And this makes me feel like there is a peak. It just is going to be next season, or it's going to be further down the line, which is cool because it makes me feel more on board.
Yeah,
to be honest. That's how I feel about it.
By the way, if you're hearing a squeak in the background, my dog found her favorite toy. Yeah. And so we try to keep this as quiet as possible, but also we're not an official studio. This is our living room. So it is what it is, guys. Yeah. Anyways, I'll say a couple things about this news. Is that if you're familiar at all with the CW's Arrowverse, where they had like 3 or 4 different shows going on congruently, and then all of a sudden they'd have a team up on a couple of the episodes. That's similar to the mindset of what they had for the Netflix shows for Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and Iron Fist. Yeah. They introduced all of them. They all had their first season. Some of them, like Daredevil, I believe, had their second seasons at that time. And then they came together as Defenders and did like a mini series of like 6 episodes. I have watched them all. The only ones I will say I haven't watched, I haven't finished season 2 of Iron Fist, but I had started it. And that one, I believe, of all the shows, was the poorest rated of the shows.
Oh, okay.
And And Luke Cage, I like Luke Cage, but has his own standalone show. He's not as interesting to me. But Mahershala Ali is the villain in that first season, and he is really good.
I didn't know that.
So that like very, very good. Like they were shocked this is a Netflix show that you're in it type thing. But anyways,
Well, they got that right with him. They just can't get him in Blade, right?
Right? Anyways, so I have to still finish season 2 of Luke Cage and parts of season 1 of Luke Cage. But I like the character, and he appears a lot in Jessica Jones season 1. And he and Jessica's relationship are great because anyone who's a comic fan knows that Jessica Jones and Luke Cage, they eventually do get together and have a kid, and that's their marriage. But they haven't shown that in the shows yet. So who knows what these new iterations of them, I wouldn't even say new iterations, but these new parts of them, I don't know where they've been. We haven't officially seen Jessica Jones in season 2 of Born Again, although we know she's in it because she's all throughout the promotion and everything for it. And now we know he's coming back for season 3 of Daredevil, Born Again. So I'm curious if their relationship actually has blossomed into something, or are they still separate? Are we going to see that in real time actually happen? Who knows? But anyways, but I will say that those are really good shows. The Daredevil shows from the Netflix, they are very good. And I liked the Punisher stuff. I liked Jessica Jones. I really did like her show. She was I rewatched the first season of that just to get prepared for her eventual arrival in Born Again, just to reminisce. And I tell you, that was such a good season. That villain is still one of the best villains Marvel, I think, has ever done in Kilgrave. So they took an obscure character who's called the Purple Man in the comics and put him into a real world scenario. And they added some very touchy subjects like sexual abuse and consent and rape and all that in it. And it's just brilliantly done. Anyway, so I can't say enough good things about season 1 of Jessica Jones. So
yeah, I've seen that. You and I talked about that too at the time. It definitely was. It went there. It definitely wasn't afraid to talk about some real nitty gritty things about real life and those characters. I think what's neat about Born Again as well is it almost feels like a soft reboot, of all these people, with keeping something that's happened in the past. So say they do show up in this and they have a kid. It's almost like, that could have happened off screen. I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? It'd be almost like and coming from someone that didn't see all the other ones, it almost to me be new. But I think to you, it's like, it'd be kind of like, okay, we can accept the story that we had before and it was something that was real and we can even acknowledge it in the show. But we can, because the character's been introduced now already, you can kind of skip some stuff. And
would you call this a requel?
No.
Still don't know
whatever
what
the hell
folks.
that means. Yeah.
Incredible Hulk was a requel.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Anyways,
because it means garbage.
Guess it means we don't know either.
Yeah.
So, all right, but yeah. So Defenders are returning to a degree. And is there anything else you wanted to add to it? Or
no, other than I'm glad that there is a goal, like they have a have a map put forward for a show, because often you see often good shows go bad because there's no plan and not sure what to do. This year, at least, this shows me that they are very much thinking of the future.
Yep.
Which means everything we're going to see coming up in the last part of Born Again and starting the next season has been planned. And to me, that makes it more coherent. Because then even if you like it or don't like it, it's honest and it's what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
And to me, that's more important. So,
yeah. Well, you heard this here, folks, that they are returning to some degree.
Yep.
Daredevil Born Again season 3 that's currently filming right now. So you have a good solid year to get caught up on the Netflix shows. They're all available on Disney Plus. I recommend you do so. Some of them are really good. I know some of them you might be like, I'm struggling because it's not your cup of tea. But at least watch enough, especially of the Defenders miniseries. If you know they're going to reunite, you get to see what they're like. And I will tell you, Sigourney Weaver is the villain of the Defenders. And she is a kick-butt actress. You don't cast Sigourney Weaver without having something really good to prove.
Yes.
And she does play a great part.
Makes me kind of want to go watch him.
Yeah. You gotta see him.
Yeah.
All right. So comment below. Let us know below what you think of the Daredevil Born Again season 3 images that have apparently been released online. All of my favorite people online are talking about it, so of course we're going to talk about it too, and we want to hear your 2 cents on us. Please comment, send us a message, let us know, what do you think?
Yes.
All right, now we're going to move on to the second part of our 3-part episode here. We are going to talk about Daredevil Born Again season 2 episodes 2 and 3. Both of them dropped this past Tuesday, and I have rewatched them at least twice now to get a good sense of them, and I gotta tell you, I am blown away. Ike, what did you think?
Yeah, excellent. I actually had to watch the second episode last night.
Spoilers, by the way. Just
Oh, yeah.
throwing it out there, spoiler warning.
Yeah.
We are talking about it.
Yeah,
All
we're
right.
gonna bring up things. I tried my best not to, but it's gonna happen. I actually watched the second episode last night. I was able to watch the first one when it first dropped, and then life got busy. And last night, I gotta get the second episode in. Man, what an ending, right? Yeah, I enjoyed a lot. I'm liking this show being as violent as it is, to be honest. And it really feels nitty gritty and down and dirty, you know? There's still pacing issues I have. Sometimes I'm kind of like, okay, there's scenes where I'm like, I can draw for a minute while those scenes going on, but other than that, though, I'm really having a good time with it. I wouldn't say it's blown me quite away yet. I want it to really blow me away, but it hasn't quite yet went there. Last night, the end of the second episode, when he blows up that ship to pin it on him, which I'm assuming that's what he's going to do. I mean, I didn't really say he's going to pin it on him, but it's obvious. It's kind of what he wants it to, he wants to make Daredevil look as dangerous as possible. And, something I took away from all this is I like that Fisk has gotten smart enough now he's got people looking for Daredevil because he's dangerous. And now he's got people looking for Matt Murdock because he's a hero. And I think that's real smart. I'm enjoying that part of the show, this cat and mouse they got going on. I'm not buying that they're walking around doing a lot of stuff that they're doing without being seen. But it's a TV show, folks. So I'm being as generous with it as possible. But other than that, yeah, I mean, it's...
Yeah, but also, from my understanding, Fisk has set martial law in the city.
Yes, yeah.
So, I don't know what those rules will apply in America when it happens, because America, thank God, has not had. We have those provisions, I think, if something should ever happen, but I don't think that this ever happened in the history of America.
Yeah.
We've been in martial law. Historians, correct me if I'm wrong, and I love to learn more about our history, so please tell me. But I don't think New York City, especially, has ever been tempted to use martial law before.
So we have had martial law before in certain parts of the country, but I don't think in New York City, though, for sure. I know they declared martial law when they were mixing the schools black and white back in the day. Down south, there were some schools that wouldn't do it when it did. Trying to think of the name of the famous one. That's, for some reason, I'm blanking, and I shouldn't. And I apologize to people because I do know my history and I understand it. But yes, there were a lot of schools that would not integrate. And so the president literally had the National Guard go in and make them do it. And that was declared at the time a martial law situation. But I don't know if it followed all the rules of what martial law would be.
That's what I'm wondering, because if the president would be able to send the National Guard to enforce something like that,
yeah,
for immigration standards or something like that, they send a National Guard, wouldn't that be considered martial law too, or is that not the same?
I think it's different if it's on your citizens compared to not.
Okay.
Because
that makes sense.
Despite your politics, and I'm not here to argue what's right or wrong, and this is not that show for that. But I do know that if you're technically not a citizen and there's things going on like that I think it does fall under a different category.
Okay.
I might be wrong. If I am, let me know, guys, nicely, because I'm not going to get into that stuff.
This isn't a political podcast.
But it's a good question, though, because it's got a lot to do with it. But I do think but as freely as he uses it in the show, it's not happened like that before. Mm-hmm. And I don't think he can do that either, to be honest, technically.
Well,
never heard of a mayor being able to
enact martial law.
Yeah, I think that's a higher. It's fine for the show. I think there's things that he can initiate. Maybe there is a martial law kind of situation he can put the city in. But when you're talking like the legitimate what martial law means to like to the country and stuff, I think that's something that's got to be done gubernatorial.
Well,
And even then with backing of the federal government too.
Well, I think I like that you brought that up too, because by the way, like he said, this is a TV show. So of course, what do TV shows do? They take an exaggeration of something that's either actually happening or something that could happen, and they explore it and see what it'll look like in this landscape type thing. Because after the first episode of Daredevil Born Again, I thought that Red Hook place is a free port, and I looked up online. I Googled, because as you would, what does a free port mean? And it means it's not governed by the government. So anything could go in and out of there. And then I thought, is this actually something that's happening in New York City? Like, is this a legit thing? There is no free port in New York City. But for the purposes of Daredevil Born Again, it is a free port. And it's playing into the whole plot of Mayor Fisk being corrupt and how he's getting away with it type thing.
So I'm cool with that.
Yeah. No, there are free ports in the world, which is quite interesting. But I don't think there's any in America. It's usually
definitely not in New York. If it is somewhere, I mean, I'm not sure where it would be, but I don't think anymore either. Maybe back, you go back 30 years, 40, 50 years, maybe there was some, but definitely not in New York. New York, you can't carry a knife around New York. I mean, it's like, I mean, people do break the law, but they're pretty tight there. For a long time.
But there's no way they would have a charter like this where any cargo ship that comes in, no matter what it's carrying, is not going to be looked at.
Yeah.
Like we have those customs and type of border control type thing rules for all that stuff.
Now, whether they all get looked at is different, but I think they all would be would have to succumb to it.
Yeah. So, and what I took away from the very ending of episode 3 that we watched, not only does it look like, and we'll find out in the next episode if that's what the Kingpin's plans are, Mayor Fisk, is that he's going to blame that on Daredevil, because I could see him doing that. But also, for the lawyer perspective, that's all their evidence right there. Yeah. He was doing something bad. And so what happens when you destroy evidence? You lose your case. And that's what they're trying to build with his colleague there, Kristen, the lawyer. And so
that's what I like about this cat and mouse of it, where they're smart enough, because the guy mentions to him, why don't you just out him as Daredevil? He goes, you don't understand that's not that simple.
Yeah.
You can't make that kind of a blind hero a villain. First of all, you can't, that's hard to sell. And second of all, it's not just about outing him and like stopping him. It's about not getting in trouble too.
And I think one thing about Fisk that we need to understand too is he is a brute and he is a kingpin. That's why they give him the nickname. But he does give respect to people he feels need to be respected. And so whether he doesn't like Daredevil or whatever he thinks of Matt Murdock before, Matt Murdock publicly took a bullet for him. So it's going to be interesting. It's funny when they asked him, and I'm trying to remember how they phrased it in the episode, whether we bring Daredevil's head in on a silver platform or they bring in a live Matt Murdock. He's coming into this office. He was fine with either way because he doesn't want the vigilantes. But I feel like he has some ounce of respect for Matt Murdock and knowing he saved him.
Yeah, there was a moment when he said that too. He said, he saved my life. And then he said it again. And it was almost like in his own mind was like, he saved my life.
Yeah.
Which is like whether he values that more than someone saying they're going to be loyal. Because even later on when he says, who are you trying to protect? And the guy looks at him and says, you. And he puts his hand on his shoulder and says, good answer. Because even then he was still kind of like, yeah, you're going to say that because you know what I can do to you. But if you literally put your life on the line for him like Matt Murdock did, I think that's different for him.
That's the ultimate form of loyalty right there.
Yeah. Well, in his mind, he'd be dead, and it'd be so it's kind of like, I like bad guys that see that, that's kind of why I like Toombs from the first Homecoming. Because he turned to Peter in that car. He says, look, I'm willing to completely forget all this because you saved my daughter's life in Washington with that elevator incident. Like right then and there with Spider-Man's out, he could have been, okay, this is over with. That's good. And he would have. I believed him. I think he wouldn't have gone after him. I think it would have just dropped it right there. I think he was very glad that he saved his daughter's life, and and that's how it went. I feel like Fisk could have that side of him. But then there's times where I struggle with liking Fisk because I also think he would have liked that trainer that he had in the beginning of the beginning of episode 2.
I was cringing the whole time.
And then he freaked out on him, and I punched him. And I'm like, but don't you like this guy? This guy is like pushing you to your, like, you want him to push you like that. I thought he'd have respect for that guy too. You know?
See, I would have thought
I struggle with that.
I felt differently for that because Fisk already knows how to beat somebody up. So the fact that he's trained, I think the whole fact that his office got him a trainer to practice and make him look good when he does this eventual fight that's advertising there in the show. I think he only went along with it because, this is politics type thing. I need to do it.
That could be true too.
And he, every time he kept saying, "Well, you're a wimp," or he was saying things like, "We don't take that long time off. I can't believe you do this." I'm thinking in my head, "You're gonna die." He's not gonna take this, and he did.
We felt the opposite. I thought
he was there as a prop.
I thought he was gonna like be happy the guy was acting that way. And give the other guy crap.
I thought he was.
I don't know why. You know, isn't that funny how? See, and that's what I mean. I think that's why I struggle with, and maybe that's a good thing though, folks. And then I'll tell this right now. It does make him very unpredictable. Because if I felt like he was going to not do that, I was surprised he did. When you were kind of like, "Oh yeah, that's coming."
I was expecting.
So it almost makes me think they're doing this right in a lot of ways. You know, there's something about Fisk. I want to see a side of him I like, and I don't. And that's a problem. When I say like, I still like what they're doing. When I say like, I don't mean I don't like what he's doing with the character. I think he's great and he's awesome. When I say like, I want to see something where I feel for this guy, and I don't. I just can't wait to see him get what he has coming to him.
Yeah.
But I kind of wish there was a little more of that. That's why I like that he saved my life, and the way he said it made me kind of go, "Ooh, that's cool," because maybe there's going to be a scenario down the line where he's going to have the upper hand. And Daredevil's over.
Yeah.
And he doesn't do something that we think he's going to do.
Yeah.
I'd love for that to happen. What a great moment that would be that he changes his mind. Or at least in that moment struggles to do what he's supposed to do, which is what ultimately makes him have his downfall. I think that would be great. Because his wife, on the other hand, whole different story. I don't know. I feel, hot take, I think if she wasn't around, he'd be a little calmer of a guy. She's cutthroat. The wife.
She is a lot more vicious.
Awful.
I would say. So it's funny that when you think about it, she's more vicious in her mentality, where I think he still has this, because the trauma he's been through as a kid with having to kill his dad to protect his mom. I think that he is a little unhinged in his brain. He's got, I don't know, how do I say this properly? Because I don't want to say it wrong and either people be offended by it or anything, but he's got a little touch of something in him that is like, he wants things a certain way. And when he likes something, he goes right for it, and he has the brute strength that he could do it. She's more conniving in the brain, where she'll
order your family dead and go to sleep.
Yes.
He'll do it and sit there and wait for the word drinking his scotch.
Yes.
See, I see him as a mob guy.
Yeah.
Because he's a bad guy that wants power, that wants to be number one.
And he's very meticulous and anal about how things are done.
But ultimately, I see him having a set code of honor in his head. He is justifying to himself always why he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
And he's always going to be right, whether we see it as bad or good. She would just watch you burn, really. And that's, which I like about her. But I don't know if he'd be the way he is if it wasn't for her.
And I think that's why she was drawn to him, as he was drawn.
Because he'll get it done.
Yeah. Because she likes that type of power. I totally get it. But also, you saw in the first season of Born Again, when they had their little struggle back and forth as husband and wife, that when he was gone, she missed it. But at the same time, did she miss him when it came to she's now in charge? And many of their agents were saying it was a lot better under her control because she was strict. She was nasty. She was cutthroat. She was what you expect of Kingpin to be. But also, it's funny. They're kind of two sides of the same evil coin.
Yeah, they remind me of like the comic book version of like what the couple was in House of Cards. Where he...
Very good example.
Yeah, where he gets it done because he's the face and he's going to get it done. But ultimately, really, she could be nasty.
Yeah.
And she pushes him to be nastier, you know?
Yes.
So she can get stuff done on her own, but she doesn't have that she doesn't have that diplomacy in her.
Yeah.
To know when to, how to, and set it up. That's why she needs him. Oh, there's not love there. There is, but in their way.
Yeah.
Which is not like what we consider love.
Yeah.
There's
more of an admiration.
Oh yeah, there's admiration. Yeah. There's we survive this together. Yeah. And we do it our way. There's another show that's out with Tom Hardy in it. I forget the name, but it's the same way. His boss and his boss's wife are the same in that. She's trying to get people killed that he likes. And it's like, and they go back and forth a lot, but like ultimately they need each other to be what they are. Mobland, great show. Watch it. Awesome guys. It's the same thing. But yeah, no, Fisk is definitely, I get that from them. This in Daredevil, it's a little more milder, but sometimes I do wonder what they'd be on their, more so on their own, like how he'd be. And I'd like to see a little more of that from him. Yeah, because that would make that very, very fun for those characters.
Yeah.
But for episode 1 was good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember because I watched them so close together, guys. It was almost like one big movie. So I'm trying to remember right where it ended.
And I see they did that on purpose when they released it.
Yeah, because it went because I honestly, if it was just episode 2 and not episode 2 and 3, it would have been kind of like, oh, didn't really go anywhere.
Yep.
Episode 2 is a great filler to a really good climactic episode.
And you needed 2 to watch 3, but at the same time.
Right. Yeah, it was a good choice to do what they did.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, because, honestly, if you think about it, if you would have got episode 1 and 2 first, it wouldn't have ended on such a high.
Yeah.
It'd have been like, oh, cool, there's an ending. What's next? But now we got 2 and 3 and it ends on that explosion. That's a...
Yeah.
And you can almost...
anticipating seeing it.
Because now I'm excited for the next one to come out, which is... Yeah. I wasn't so much at first. Now I am. Like, oh, no, I can't wait to see what that's going to be.
Yeah.
And I noticed in both episodes we get no Mr. Charles.
I noticed that too. I wanted to ask you, did he appear and I didn't see him at all? I didn't see him at all. So when is he going to come back?
I don't know.
What's he going to do when he comes back? Like, when does he need to intervene?
Yeah.
You finally meet the governor, who looks like Kathy Hochul, by the way.
Thanks.
So just say it. And you finally get to see that dynamic and seeing that struggle, that power struggle for Kingpin, realizing he's got someone who could step in all of his way. And it does mirror real life so well when we currently have something where our current mayor of New York City wants to do stuff and our current governor in New York is like, you can't do it without my backing. And you see that real life power struggle. Then you watch it on a Marvel show and you're like, oh, that makes so much sense.
Yeah,
I just love it when real life kind of plays out a little bit similar to these shows because it really shows that they're trying to make this as authentic as possible.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's what we loved about Iron Man 1 is what we loved about the MCU is they're trying to introduce these characters like, what if these people actually work here?
Right.
This is how we do it.
Right.
So I love that. And I love when Vanessa Fisk looks over to someone and she says, or looks over to Wilson and she says, she interrupted you because she fears you. And I'm like, oh, yes. That is so true. That is so true.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you kind of need her and she kind of needs you. And it's this interesting internal politics they got going on there, which I'm curious to see how that's going to play out.
Yeah, I agree. I do know, though, I don't know if we knew this already, but I did finally realize that Mr. Charles is CIA. When I got done watching episode 2 last night, I didn't turn the channel right away, and it went into the podcast of Vincent and the guy who watched that. Yeah, and the guy who plays what's Charlie Cox. Mm-hmm. And they were talking, and they say it right outright that he's CIA. He's a CIA counterpart. And I'm like, oh wow, it's a way to tell us.
It makes
sense. So it's pretty. It comes right out of Vincent D'Onofrio's mouth that this guy's the CIA.
That makes sense if he had a Valentina Allegra de Fontaine on the phone.
Correct. Yep.
She is the CIA director.
Yeah.
So of course that makes sense. He's one of her operatives, which we already put those two together. They were working together in some capacity. So that's cool at least. But anyways, yeah. So, what I'm just going to do some quick highlights for me.
Yeah, do some highlights for sure. Yeah.
So we already talked about Vanessa Fisk. I do like her portrayal. I'm glad they kept with the same casting because in the very beginning of Born Again, they had recasted her, and I thought, oh, why you're doing that? And then they got smart and they said, just bring back the original actress because she's phenomenal, and I love her to death.
Someone backed up the truck of money.
Yeah. Just something happened where God intervened. Anyways, Dr. Heather Glenn, I did not like her too much in the first season. She was a little more whiny, but I will say her character development in season 2, and you see how much that trauma in season 1 plagued her. She is turning out to be kind of like a dark horse character in this show, where you're like, wow, I'm appreciating her more, if I would what to say it like that. So
I agree.
I like her. Buck Cashman, I didn't know that was his name at first, but it's the guy has the English accent that's kind of taken over as Fisk's henchman from the original Daredevil show that died in season 1. So it's he's definitely starting to fill those shoes.
I think so. I struggle finding him scary.
I find him intimidating.
I don't yet. But I need to see him do something that makes you go, oh, this guy means it. Because right now he's just a lot of talk. And it's like, okay, throwing your English accent around, it's not all tough.
Of course, anyone who has an English accent, you already sound 10 times smarter than you probably are. So
it's like, I want to understand when he says, come to me first. Like, why should I have to? Because you're talking about Fisk.
Yeah.
It's like, what makes you just as scary where I need to do what you say as well, And I struggle with him. I don't know if it's the actor. I don't know if maybe it's just build up and we're just not there yet. But I'm fingers crossed he gets better, because sometimes he says something and I'm just kind of, come out, punk bitch. And then it's how I feel about him. So it's kind of tough.
Daniel Blake, he is the deputy communications director, I believe, of the Fisk administration there. I liked him in season 1, and in season 2, I thought, okay, where are you going with this? And I see he's in a relationship with BB, and she's turned into this propaganda machine for the Fisk stuff.
And he's got it figured out now.
He does, and what I like about him is that he is loyal, but loyal to a T. You could tell he's gonna come face to face of either am I supposed to do the right thing, or am I supposed to bow down to the Kingpin? Because he admires the Kingpin genuinely. So he's an interesting character.
He's not long for this world without having to pick a choice, without having to pick a side soon.
Yes, exactly.
That's for sure.
So, and that is very apparent in this episode.
Yeah.
The Swordsman. Now, the Swordsman, I forgot his original name is John or something. I'm not sure. Forgive me. But he first made his MCU appearance in Hawkeye season 1.
That's right.
He was good, but he was more like the comic relief to a degree type thing and all that stuff. This one, he is elevated and he is good. And I like his acting and his character. When he's given a good script like this, given in Born Again, he is doing it phenomenally well.
Yeah, his role in this so far is my favorite. That guy is just tearing the screen up.
It's so
when they're in court and she apologizes to him and he's just like, don't worry about it. But the way he plays it and the stuff that he says and how he's doing it, you're just like, oh man, this guy is killing this.
I want to see him in more stuff.
He is excellent at this part. Yeah.
I think he was originally just intended to be just one of these side characters type thing, but it's just like when you introduce someone and the fans love him so much that you have no choice but to bring him more to the forefront. He is one of those characters that is so good. So good.
Yeah.
And then I'll mention, since we're on Swordsman real quick, I will say that whole court scene. I love court dramas and stuff like that. I've watched The Good Wife. I've watched Scandal. I've watched some of these, well, not Scandal, How to Get Away with Murder, things like that. That I love seeing those type of shows, how they play out. And I know a lot of them are embellished because it's entertainment. They're supposed to be.
Yeah.
But that's kind of like one of my genres I like to eat up a little bit. To see how the anti-vigilante task force or whatever the law was that Fisk put in place, that approved of that and then enforced how these criminal trials are supposed to be held. And with the 3 judges type thing, I was mesmerized by seeing how the judges were thinking, what they were going to say, and everyone's on the edge of their seats, like Fisk trying to see what the outcome is this going to be. Is this going to work the way I want it to work? And of course, probably the judges are bribed or bought and paid for something, and they always refer back to, well, this law says we have to do this. Like, they were very clear that they are only able to do they're ruling and this whole thing because of the law, and how they've been able to do things is because of the law. Even when the lawyer is like, I haven't had a fair chance to speak with him because of the law. So it just shows you when a bad law gets put in place, the system, you could call the system corrupt, but the system's supposed to react to whatever those laws are on the books, whether you like them or not, whether they're good or not. And this is a great example of it. And that was riveting to watch that whole scene for me.
Yeah, it speaks to me that they're definitely corrupt, because even though the law is written the way it is, the position you're put in as a judge is to choose how to enforce that law. I mean, there are parameters they do have to stick with, and there's things they can and can't do, but they could have definitely said, you know what, he could have more time. They could have ordered that she has more time to talk to him. There's things they could have done. It really spoke to the idea that, like, maybe now we know because of the leaks that they're going to have to grapple with the fact that the system isn't how it's going to get fixed. The way that Matt keeps pushing, the system's there. It's kind of broken, but the things that are going to work. I think there's going to be a point where he's going to realize that's not the case anymore. And it's going to have to be the vigilantes like him that step up. He's going to start realizing that Frank's way, without going to killing people, might be the right way. Which was also kind of brought up again in these episodes.
Well, that's kind of like a common theme of Daredevil, where he's always saying the law is on their side, but at the same time,
it's not.
Need that push from the Daredevil parts of things.
Right.
And so, you could tell how, and I agree, how our system actually does work is a lot of judges have like, I want to say this correctly, judicial discretion.
Well, that's their role, right?
They're supposed to interpret what the law is, and they're also supposed to say if something sounds too egregious that doesn't think that either coincides with the law or what the constitutions, whether it's New York State Constitution or whatever they got going on that they're presiding over, whether that is good with it. That's how our system does work. You start lower, if it doesn't go your way, you appeal, you go higher till you get to something. And for all we know, we might get to something like that. We might get to just this one case. It doesn't go the way of Wilson Fisk, and they're going to try appealing. And you're going to see he's going to get to powers even above the governor.
Yeah.
Like Valentina Allegra de Fontaine. And you're going to wonder, how is this going to work out? So we don't know what they're going to do with this, but I love seeing how they're trying to put, like I said earlier, this real world aspect to things, and seeing how that's going to play out in the show like this is just very riveting for me.
Yeah, because Fisk has got that on his side already. We know that. If Mr. Charles is with the CIA and he knows what he's doing, then he's telling his boss what he's doing, and they're okay with this.
Yeah.
So him winning that case and stuff, I think part of him was like wondering, am I going to get backstabbed by the people I've been trusting? But the other part of it was like, clearly you're going to win this. It's like there's no doubt. Like, you already kind of
I'd be fearful if he didn't win this.
Yeah.
So, as also, I'm fearful if they did. It's like,
because even his lawyer, the swordsman lawyer, was like, but not before they even start talking about the end of the show. I knew we're not going to win this. It's over.
And I'll say, just to piggyback off of that was the next highlight I want to say. I was not too much a fan of this Kirsten, I think it's Kristen character from season 1. I get why she was there. I get the whole point. But to me, she just felt like a side character that didn't really have too much of anything going on with them. But I could tell that the writing that they're doing and the characters they already have in place, or they're just now in season 2 expanding upon them and showing how the connective tissue of everything. I like her in this season.
Yeah.
A lot more so. And I actually look forward to seeing how she's going to be kind of like the face of the Murdoch law firm type thing of seeing what's going to happen there. And it sets up perfectly. Matthew Murdoch is missing, and Mayor Fisk is like, let's find Matthew Murdoch. So you have Kirsten now taking over as the face of the law firm. So now we get to see her step up and see how she's going to be. And so far, she is not disappointed. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
I liked her interaction with Daredevil at the bar. That when she was, it made her character, you realize, okay, this someone is being pushed to the limit.
Yep.
So she's,
it's just going to be integral to their law part of things, which is cool. Anyways, I'll end with my highlight with saying this Netflix show is back on Disney Plus. where a lot of people were worried when they announced Daredevil Born Again that, oh, are they going to do as good as they did on Netflix? Because Netflix seemed to has more free will. Disney's a little more too kid friendly and all that. Disney is showing a new side of them with this merger from Fox and with some of their entertainment they're trying to put forth. They're broadening their scopes, that we finally get to see a Daredevil that's just like on par with the Netflix Daredevil. That fans who think, oh, it's Disneyfied, it's not Disneyfied. It is.
Yeah, they're swearing in yours, right? When you watch it, like there's, it's like, I'm
The
very
violence,
surprised. I find them very surprised, like what they're doing. I mean, oh wow, they're really having fun with this and doing the thing. Yeah,
this is the first time I felt like that the real Daredevil show that I liked from Netflix is back. And that makes me excited to see now that they're continuing it and even filming another season already.
Yeah,
they know they got something good on their hands and they're not going to let it go. I'm happy for that. So anyways, anything you want to say to wrap up this section?
No, just for a funny final thoughts, and this is just a weird part of me because of this TV shows versus the movies. So where the hell is Spider-Man? But other than that, I'm good, you know.
Contracts.
Yeah, and you know, we're not going to talk about this in the Spider-Man movie, by the way. You remember when we were under martial law? But it's okay.
And we're going to...
maybe that'll happen. Maybe, who knows?
That's, you know...
We got to get Frank. We got to know where Frank is soon here because we know Frank comes back because he's in the next movie, guys.
Well, we know the timeline.
Connect.
We know the timeline of this whole thing, and it's probably just...
Do we know the timeline?
Well, from what we actually know of, like, the structure of what they're doing season 2, Born Again. You have your Frank Castle Punisher special, and then you get Spider-Man Brand New Day. So we're going to see by the end of all that stuff.
So Frank comes back, guys.
Maybe martial law is going to be lifted so we can have a kick-butt Spider-Man movie. Maybe he's doing all this in the midst of this anti-vigilante task force.
Makes me think that when Spider-Man happens, he's going to be sitting in his office watching Spider-Man beat up all these bad guys that randomly show up. He's going to be like, because vigilantes aren't so bad.
Yeah,
but we'll get there, guys. We'll figure.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
Marvel's got to get their crap together when it comes down to these. Because I love this show, but in the long run, I still am taking this as it's not part of the MCU, you know. But I kind of know it is, but I kind of taking it like it's not because, you know, when you do big things, it's like, gotta be careful. I don't know. It's the continuity thing that we have this issue between what's show, what's movie, what's not, what is.
Yeah. I think we're going to get there, and I think Marvel is learning their lesson on it. It sounds like that's why they're going to cut back on the number of shows or the ones they do. They're making it where it's not a must-watch homework for the movies because I think they finally realized that. And I honestly, my personal point of view is I think Kevin Feige did realize that a long time ago, but he was pushed by higher powers to do stuff. They wanted more content.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a lot of problems behind the scenes that caused that.
He's probably happy.
But right now, though, there's no excuse. And when I see this group of the anti-vigilante guys out there, I mean, if we don't see them at all in any of the Spider-Man stuff or it's brought up or any kind of, to me, that's where the lacking. It's the bigger scope of things that you can't ignore.
Yeah.
It's all the political things and stuff that's going on. I can see not being in Spider-Man and them not bringing it up. But you're talking, there's a citywide thing going on here.
That's right.
Those are the things that make me go, And why isn't this talked about?
It's not any city. This is New York City. This is where the Avengers first got formed. Like, New York City has been through hell.
Right. Yeah.
Throughout the MCU, like we said in the last episode.
You know, and the same
rule, in New York City.
The same rule that I'm talking about applies to the movies.
Yeah.
Because even in Thunderbolts, I kind of thought, the Void and doing his thing, where's Spider-Man? You know, it's like, it just makes me think, where are the people that would have been there? You know, so, I don't know, sometimes I think, if you're going to ask for help, don't you think Daredevil would be like, man, let's ask that Spider-Man guy. He knows a bunch of Avengers. You know, it's like, it's not just that Spider-Man would be awesome to get to help, but it also be that he knows heroes that are part of bigger things. If you're going to get pushed to the point where people are dying and you're in martial law and we're hiding out in the streets and all that, you're not thinking maybe freaking the Avengers can give me a hand with this guy because this dude's out of control.
Yeah, at
what point are you not turning to guys that are clearly good guys on a national, worldwide stage? You know, especially if you're going to start including people like what's her face, and I can't remember her name, Julian Dreyfus's character.
Valentina.
Yeah, if she's going to even get brought up, that means there's people in this role.
Yeah,
So
I do agree.
That's where I struggle with these shows, and that's just me being a pet peeve. I can watch this without that and enjoy it, and I can watch Spider-Man without this and enjoy it too. But when you mesh them, that's when I'm kind of like, so what were we supposed to be?
Mhm.
And all it needs to be is them coming out saying, by the way, guys, Daredevil Born Again is not in continuity with the MCU.
Yeah.
Even though we're going to use characters from the MCU. I'm good. Just be clear about it.
Yeah, that's the only problem that I think I'm going to find with the shows. When they do something as big as this, in a city like this that has a character that you have a rights issue already of what you can and can't do with, how are you going to explain it away? Not only in that character's next appearance, but in the show itself. And I'm hoping, if Marvel is smart, they filmed the scene already in Spider-Man No Way Home, or Brand New Day, the new one that's out, that explains that he wasn't in New York City. Something. We don't know what. MIT is not in New York City, so maybe he was doing something over there where MJ and Ned are. We don't know. But what we do know is that is going to become an issue in the future if they're going to do something as big and as ambitious as they're doing in Born Again. How are they going to do it and try to not touch upon it in the show?
Because here's a quick little question, just for funsies.
Yeah.
You know, let's say in Spider-Man Brand New Day, him and Frank are having this moral argument like he has with Daredevil a lot. And not one point Frank's going to bring up, don't you see what they've been doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because that would be a good point that Frank would. Right now, Frank's theory and philosophy on life sounds pretty darn good with what's happening.
Yeah.
You know? So Frank's argument to even Peter Parker would be, we were under martial law because of these guys. People were dying. People were getting thrown in jail. They were getting unjustly, prosecuted. Mm-hmm. Like, if you're telling me to be nice? Yeah. If that's not going to be an argument with them, and that's not going to get brought, even if that's the only way it does get brought in, that'd be fine. Mm-hmm. But to think if that's going to be left out of his complete argument because we don't want to mesh the two together too much and confuse you, you're already confusing us by putting him there in the first place. No one come out and explicitly told me that you need to watch Ms. Marvel in order to watch the Marvels. So when I watch the Marvels, I'm like, who in the hell is this? What's going on here? Because I did not like the Ms. Marvel show, and I only watched it because I am, like my brother, into the Marvel stuff. But you take your average watcher, they're not going to watch that Ms. Marvel show. It's not made for a 40-year-old man to sit and watch that as a kid's show.
Your average moviegoer that doesn't usually watch TV shows, right? And this thing because it's a Marvel movie that's come out.
But a Marvel movie is made for everybody.
It's supposed to be, yes.
And it's in the Marvel universe that's going to have something to do with what's going to happen later. And when I walked into it and I watched it and not watching Ms. Marvel, I'm like, oh man, I was behind because I didn't watch the TV show. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That sucks, guys.
Yeah.
Either do it or don't. Do it or don't. Are they part of it or are they not?
Yeah. That movie.
If they are, we'll get on board. If they're not, then at least we know what we're watching now.
That movie was such a disappointment for me.
For that reason.
I thought it would go nowhere but up after the first movie, and they decided, let's figure out a way to go to a new.
It was a crappier season 2 of Ms. Marvel is what it was.
Yeah, actually.
Unfortunately.
I agree with that sentiment. All right, guys, let us know what you think of Daredevil Born Again, Season 2, Episodes 2 and 3. We clearly are very passionate about the show. We are passionate about the MCU, and we love these episodes. We absolutely love these episodes. There are still big questions that are yet to be answered, but we have enough faith that they're going to at least touch upon it sometime soon. Let us know your theories. Let us know your views. What did you think? What were your highlights of these 2 episodes? And be sure to like and subscribe to our podcast here if you haven't yet, because we are talking about these episodes every week when they come out.
Yeah. Yeah. And please don't get me wrong when I complain about the continuity issue with Marvel and that, because this is a great show and you all should be watching it. So,
yeah, it is a great show.
Yes,
definitely watch it. All right. Now we are moving on to our main event.
All right.
We have been looking forward to this.
We have.
And I tell you.
For different reasons.
It has,
We're finding out.
Actually. I think a general sentiment, though, that we're going to start off with before we get started is it's good to finally watch a movie unlike the last movie that we watched, where we give it more favorite ratings. Best way to say it.
Yeah. This was more of a pleasure than it was a problem.
All right. How do we want to start this off then? Do you want me to start off with the history behind the project type thing?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and do the history, and then I'll start with our first act.
All right. And by the way, spoiler warning yet again, but this is Iron Man 2 that came out in 2010. If you haven't watched it yet,
What the hell are you doing here?
You're about 2 decades short now.
Yeah.
So almost. Yeah. So anyways, please watch it and let us know what you thought about this whole thing at any point in the comments below. All right. So we are reviewing Iron Man 2. Release date was May 7th, 2017. Here's a little history behind the project. After the surprising success of the first Iron Man film, it didn't take long for Marvel Studios to greenlight and fast-track the sequel. In fact, Marvel Studios locked in a spring 2010 release date, giving the sequel only months to film and finalize production, a process that became the driving force behind the whole film. Iron Man 2 was made under more pressure than the first film, with its deadline fast approaching. Marvel suddenly had a hit. They wanted to build the MCU fast and had actors pay disputes, a rushed script process, and too many story obligations for the sequel. And the sequel had to be both a Tony Stark movie and a commercial, essentially, for the Avengers at the same time. Honestly, you can feel that in the final film. The first Iron Man changed everything overnight. When Iron Man hit in 2008, it wasn't just successful, it redefined Marvel's future. Before that, Marvel was still proving it could self-produce movies. There wasn't yet a fully locked-in MCU formula. And Iron Man was kind of a gamble built around Robert Downey Jr., Jon Favreau's loose directing style, and a lot of improvisation. But then it blew up. So Marvel immediately went to, we need a sequel and we need it fast. A major behind-the-scenes shift came when the studio's transition in distribution. While the film was still released through Paramount Pictures, by this time the Walt Disney Company had acquired Marvel in 2009 specifically. Though Paramount still handled distribution for Iron Man 2 under pre-existing agreements, internally, Marvel was now more confident, but also under more pressure to deliver a sequel that could expand the universe. And by the way, a little correction here. They locked in a spring 2010 release date. The first film was in 2008, so they had more than just months to do this, but still it was very short compared to what you traditionally would have, for a sequel. Anyways, let's see. Though Marvel still handled distribution of Iron Man 2 under pre-existing agreements, internally, Marvel was now more confident, but also under pressure to deliver a sequel that could expand the universe. The returning cast reflected on how much has changed since 2008. Robert Downey Jr. was no longer a risky hire. He had become one of Hollywood's biggest stars almost overnight and had significant creative influence on the film's tone and dialogue. Gwyneth Paltrow returned as Pepper Potts with an expanded role, while Don Cheadle replaced Terrence Howard as James Rhodes due to what is described as contract and salary disputes, although there are rumors surrounding that whole thing that we are not exactly sure what happened, making this one of the MCU's first major recasts. New additions to the cast signaled Marvel's growing ambitions. Mickey Rourke. I want to get that right. Mickey Rourke joined as Ivan Vanko / Whiplash, bringing a gritty, unconventional villain presence while in the midst of his own career resurgence after The Wrestler. Sam Rockwell was cast as Justin Hammer, offering a more comedic, cooperative rival counterpart of Tony Stark. Perhaps most notably was Scarlett Johansson, debuting as Natasha Romanoff, aka the Black Widow, making the first major expansion of the Avengers roster on screen and signaling Marvel's long-term crossover plans. Director Jon Favreau returned, but the process was more constrained this time. Unlike the improvisational freedom of the first film, Iron Man 2 had to juggle sequel expectations, studio deadlines, and universe building requirements, including setting up future films like Thor and Captain America. The script again evolved during production, with Downey Jr. contributing heavily to the dialogue, but there was less flexibility due to the time constraints. Fun facts from production highlight both the scale and pressure of the sequel. The film leaned even more into practical effects in the first film for the suits and Stark Expo sequences. Scarlett Johansson underwent increased physical training for her role, helping redefine action roles for female characters in the genre. And early versions of the story reportedly focused more heavily on Tony's alcoholism from the Demon in the Bottle storyline in the comics. Though that was toned down for a more broader appeal and also for a personal reason due to Robert Downey Jr.'s personal history. Overall, Iron Man 2 represents Marvel Studios shifting from a risky startup into a full-fledged franchise architect, balancing characters, storyline, and the growing demands of a shared cinematic universe. Though you can feel how rushed the film was when you watched it, that didn't diminish the general public perception of the film overall, given the box office revenue. Now let's break down the numbers. Iron Man 2 had a production budget of approximately $200 million, which was an increase from the first film. The global box office was between $623 and $624 million worldwide.
Wow.
Making this another successful hit under Marvel's tool belt so early on. The breakdown domestically in the US and Canada, North America specifically, $312 of that revenue was generated from there, while internationally, $311 million. Another thing that we don't see too much of nowadays is domestic revenue being so high compared to the international revenue.
Yeah.
Compared to Iron Man 1 in 2008, the sequel had a significantly larger budget, earned more overall at the box office, and proved that Iron Man was not a one-hit wonder as people would have written it off to be. Even though its reception was more mixed than the first film, it still had a strong financial success, and that helped solidify the early momentum of the MCU. The legacy of Iron Man 2 is bigger than the movie itself. The movie is kind of a blueprint for a problem Marvel would spend years trying to solve. How do you make a sequel that still feels like a movie and just not an episode in a giant machine? That question starts here because Iron Man 2 teaches Marvel too much setup can weaken the story, a rushed production can show on screen, star chemistry can save a lot. A strong lead performance can drag a messy film over the finish line. Villain clarity actually matters, and world building has to serve the story. That is how we're going to introduce Iron Man 2 in our retrospective episode.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ike, what are your initial thoughts?
Well, I'm glad that they decided to veer away from Tony going through an alcoholic problem. Mainly, for one, Robert is doing that in his own life as it was, and I very much am glad he got healthy and we have him because he's fantastic. And I'm more, when it comes down to celebrities and their problems like that, would rather them go get themselves fixed. You know, we're all human beings, and I know people write off a lot of these celebrities when they find out they have these kind of problems and they just kind of criticize them easily. You know, I'm more compassionate than that, though. You know, I know Ben Affleck and Mel Gibson have been put on that kind of stage before where they're very criticized and have a certain kind of view just because of their problems. And I'd rather them go get fixed, you know, go do your thing, do what you got to do. We don't need those movies until you're ready. You know, and we want that. You know, I want Lethal Weapon 5. I want Ben Affleck to go direct more movies. He's a fantastic director. I want Robert Downey Jr. to have all the opportunities he can because he's such a good actor. You know, I don't ever judge them for their personal life outside of it because we don't live that stuff, you know. So we didn't need to do that with the character and he's dealing with survivor's guilt can be shown in different ways. You know, drug abuse and alcohol abuse is one way, but another way is also being very reckless and careless with your own life and making sporadic decisions, which Tony is very good at. So I think that him playing it that way is better than the drug and alcohol way. Because kids don't understand that as much either. But they understand, oh, he's going to go jump in a Formula One car and race his own race. That is like, well, you're being a little reckless, buddy. You know what I mean? But that's also because this is just his way of like, once again, they hit this theme in this movie when we get there. It's like he thinks he's not going to live much longer anyway because of his problem in the movie. And he also feels like he shouldn't have lived through what he lived through in the first place. So we're going to see that theme in Tony's life going forward all the way to the end anyway.
Right.
So we don't need the extra, other than that, it sounds like it was a fun shoot. I bet it was a great cast to be with on set. I bet that was a lot of good times, And speaking to the Terrence Howard thing and all that with the recasting, I think that if you are going to recast, they did it very good. Well, first of all, it was a great recast. You got someone that's good, at least. And second of all, it's very seamless. Like you almost don't even remember it. I say this recasting was smoother than when they recast for the Hulk. Because we could still sit back and say, yeah, but the other guy was the Hulk, But in this, it's kind of like you just forget about it. And Rhodes had such a smaller part in the first movie that if you were to recast him for Iron Man 3, it'd be way more noticeable than it would have been for this one. So if you're going to do the recasting and stuff, this was the perfect time to do it.
Yeah.
And why they recast, who knows? They're both phenomenal actors. I'm not going to talk crap about either of them. If Terrence was getting screwed out of something, he really wanted something, then maybe that's the case. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he's difficult to work with. Who knows? Or maybe he's not. For some reason, though, it wasn't going to go forward. They definitely dodged that bullet. So those are my initial thoughts without getting into the movie too much.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll save my initial thoughts too, is in retrospect, watching this movie, I definitely enjoyed it. I feel like a lot more than I remembered it being. I'm trying to remember where I was in 2010. To be honest, I was a kid. So I'm 30 years old right now. And so to think back at 16 years ago, where the heck I was, be like, well, wow, that I was still in middle school.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think how much time has flown and how big the MCU has gotten since then. But I like this movie.
It's wild. I remember seeing Iron Man 1 in the theater with my friends. And this guy here was just a little tight. So sometimes I forget to put that in perspective, that people have grown up with these.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up with these. I remember time before these. And then you don't. You know what I mean? Like to you, these were always coming out. It was like really when you first start getting into movies, these were on scene, right? So for me, it was like when the concept of Iron Man at the time was like, they're really going to do this right now. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, what's going on? I had been seeing movies for years before these come out. So
yeah, and that happens in a lot more ways than you think about it. Like I don't remember any president before Obama. I've always grown up knowing Obama was our president, and then there's this concept that you could change a president every 4 to 8 years.
Yeah.
And so, but my parents are like, I remember Reagan. So it's like, okay, there's a whole bunch of different things that you just learn when you get older.
I remember Daryl and I couldn't wait for Blade to come out on VHS.
Yeah.
Well, we're buying it as soon as that comes out. Yeah. We saved up money for it and everything. We got it. We watched it 30 times.
Oh geez. So it's just cool to put some of that in perspective. And I like that part of this retrospective is to think back at, all right, not only what was the world like at the time of this movie coming out, because that plays into how well it does at the box office, how it's received, all that stuff, but also where were you personally at that time? Because it's quite interesting. But anyways, I did enjoy Iron Man 2, and I do think it is a worthy sequel to go on from the first Iron Man movie. It's funny when we're preparing for this and we're preparing our notes this morning that you were saying that, wow, you have a completely different take than I do, but yet I feel like we get to the mutual at the end of the day. This is where we will stand at this movie today. Yeah. So
it's still, you're going to see our scores aren't going to be too different. But yet there's going to be a lot of differences in what we like and don't like, which is really weird. It's kind of funny.
And that's one of the things when I'm doing this retrospective, I'm watching this movie, and I'm not only taking into account how I'm feeling when I'm watching the movie,
Yeah.
like if it's that good, maybe I could forgive some of the minor spots, but if there's something that I really have to nitpick, all right, this is what I'm going to write. If I have to fill out, because we have this questionnaire, we do, there's this blank one for all the movies. And we have one to say, where's it work, where's it doesn't work. And part of me is like, I don't want to be that person that puts, oh, nothing was wrong with it, because every movie does have a flaw, even if it's so minute that you don't think it's contributing to the overall thing. So I feel this need to write something down, but that doesn't, when it gets to my final score, that doesn't reflect how I generally feel about the movie. Because just like how it's in the opening and what we've all talked about before, is that the movie could be written really bad, but if the performances are spectacular or make you forget the bad thing that just happened, you can almost forgive the movie. That's why when you look at like The Incredible Hulk, not only was it written really badly, some of the acting was not up to par, and you could have forgiven it to a degree at certain points. But then you're like, no, you're going to get the criticism because even the acting sucked. So like, that's what I like about this movie, is that any of the flaws that I feel like I had for this movie personally, the performances outshined what was happening enough where maybe what I would have given that scene a 2, I'm now going to give it a 5 or 6. It's still not going to be perfect because that is still there, but it's been acted and portrayed well, performed well, that I'm going to give it some.
Well, and we're also got to be honest about what we're looking at. You know, it's easy. I think there's a difference between what you would consider the best made movies, and if you had top 10 best made movies, compared to a top 10 favorite movies. You know, because one of my favorite movies of all time is Tremors. There's a lot wrong with Tremors, but I love it. So, you know, if I was on a desert island, I only pick 10 movies. Tremors is one of them, you know? So that doesn't mean Tremors is better than Interstellar, you know, or it doesn't mean that but it just means it's a favorite of mine. Yeah. I have lots of movies that real bad movies, but they're my favorite. And I think that's what makes it interesting. I do give it some leeway, but I also hold it to the fire. You know, I'm also, okay, I'm going to be more critical than I should be. And it's funny because we did a whole list before all this, and that list is definitely changing back then, guys. So can't wait to revise it and have a good conversation about it. Because when we're done, we plan on doing a whole big episode of breaking them all. You know, might be 2 episodes worth. Because
this is a big list. I mean, we were going over our first one, and this is before podcast even started. It took us like 4 hours just to get through it. So definitely, that will be like its own 2-part special. And while we're still early on, I encourage anyone who's watching or listening to this right now, just on a piece of paper, maybe in the notes on your phone, just write down 1 through 55, however many projects there are at the time of Marvel, and just your first gut feeling when you think of those movies. Put them in your number 1, your favorite, the number 55 or the last one, your least favorite. Just write them down now and save that. Because when we're done with this retrospective of each film and we do our own, we're going to compare our first list that we did before this podcast to the new one, and definitely see the change you're going to see, because it's going to happen. There's so many of these films. And now when you're breaking them down, now like we have this formula, we can actually go back to all of our notes and say, oh, this is where I graded it. You know what I mean? So do the same thing, guys. This will be fun on our road to doomsday. So why don't you read Act 1? Get this all set up for us.
So it's going to be the beginning setup, okay? After publicly declaring, "I am Iron Man," Tony Stark is now a global celebrity and seen as both a hero and a threat. The U.S. government, led by Senator Stern, pressures him to hand over the Iron Man technology, which Tony refuses. Meanwhile, Tony is secretly dying from, can you pronounce it? Paladin poisoning. Sorry, folks, if I got that wrong. Caused by the arc reactor keeping him alive. Across the world, Ivan Vanko builds his own arc reactor powered weapons, seeking revenge against the Stark family. At the same time, Natasha Romanoff, undercover as Natalie Rushman, enters Tony's life, and Nick Fury begins keeping a close eye on him.
Okay.
All right.
Why don't you start getting into what you feel about that first act?
So, I'll talk about all the stuff that worked for me. And I forgot when I first started the movie that it starts right out with him at the conference talking. And you find out that it's the bad guy listening to him, over the TV. And I'm like, oh, I like it when movies do that a lot, it's because it felt like we just picked right up and we're going, right? I enjoy that a lot. One of my favorite scenes of the whole thing, and when I say favorite, I'm going to say that phrase a lot. I do have a top favorite, which we'll get to at the end. So when I say one of my favorites, because there's a lot of good scenes in this, I do love this whole thing in the courtroom with and him giving his explanation of why he won't get the suit over and why they want it. It sound obviously is definitely big government overreach, all that stuff. And we'll go ahead and talk about the elephant in the room real quick. Like, if you're introducing Rhodey as a new actor, and that's the best place to do it, and they did it, and it's fantastic. He comes in, he does great, he's funny, he's hits the marks, and he's serious at the same time, and it's just right. And that just proved that Don Cheadle was a great choice to replace as Rhodey. I still contend that Terrence would have been just as good, but that's the whole. Can't prove that because he didn't do it. But I do think that Don Cheadle really fits that role real well. Yeah, I like all this stuff, and I forgot how just nonchalant Natasha shows up in this. Like, there she just is.
Yeah.
Like, holy cow, I forget you, because by the time we get to Endgame, you're like, oh man, what a big character, and someone that's part of the OG6. She just walks on like she's an extra in this one. I'm like, oh, that's kind of neat. It watching the world building come together from the beginning again is actually, I'm finding it to be a lot of fun, to be honest with you. So, how do you feel about that? What works for you? Because those things work for me. I definitely like that Nick Fury comes back involved. Of course, it's going to be after, he gets involved after Tony kind of falls apart and all drunk at his party and acts up, and Rhodey and him get into a fight. So I might bring that up a little later, though, to be honest with the Nick Fury stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to piggyback on some of the things you just said on what worked for me for this first act. It's a good villain setup. I like that.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like, in my opinion, when you're thinking of doing a sequel, and of course your whole first movie is typically your origin movie for the hero, and that's great. You made us fall in love with him. We know his shtick now. Now, when you move forward for any sequel, whether it's a 3-quel, 4-quel, whatever quel we got, that you're still building upon the character of the hero, but you don't have to define him anymore because he already is kind of defined in his origin. So now I'm looking for, when I see a sequel, who's this adversary going to be, whether it's a personal thing or whether it's a physical thing. And this movie does have both, which is really cool. But for the villain setup, like a physical threat to him, I did agree with you. I liked that we did a mini recap of I Am Iron Man scene, but now being seen and you're seeing the point of view of an adversary who's like, I'm not going to put up with this. Like, my family's been so wronged by your family, and I'm going to use this generational grief to take you out.
Yeah.
I liked how that was a good film setup.
I couldn't have said it any better. I agree. Yep.
The only thing I would say in what worked is, we do get later on, and I'll talk about that, where I feel like the villain was a little more dumbed down than he. So this is how I'm going to say this. He was dumbed down, but not also shown that he's not dumbed down. And when we get to specific instances, I'll say what those are. But for a man who is as smart as he is, as a villain, to also be put in this similar situation, that didn't jive well with me, but that's just me. So anyways, and you cannot help but like Tony Stark. I feel like even if you're not a fan of Iron Man as a character in the comics or anything like that, which I do understand. Like, if I had to personally pick between Iron Man and Captain America, I always would pick Captain America because he's just someone that I personally like more in the comics and the MCU. But when it comes to the MCU stuff, Robert Downey Jr. just kills it as Tony Stark. There is not a time where I don't want to see Tony Stark on screen. And that's never stopped for me. That's just, he's one of those characters where, you gotta have him because he's just so magnetic as a actor and a performer and a character. So he really saves the movie for me, no matter what the movie turned out to be. He really does really well. For a retrospective point of view, though people may say that this movie is like the weakest of all the Iron Man movies, from my understanding, a lot of people, when they're listing all the Iron Man movies 1, 2, and 3, and they're saying what's their favorite and least favorite, I'm shocked. I'm hearing a lot more people that have said 2 is the weakest of all 3.
Yeah, that surprises me too.
Yeah, I can't agree with that. And I'm only telling you because we haven't gotten to our retrospective of Iron Man 3 yet. But from what I remember and the small amount of hatred I hold in my head for that movie. And we'll get to there when we get there.
Well, and there's more wrong with Iron Man 3 than the thing that you definitely don't like.
Yeah.
So there's definitely more to it than that.
Yeah. So I will say that I think the dialogue and the character development scenes are essential for this movie. And it's funny, this is something that Marvel tends to do really well. And you see it in Endgame, and especially, and what the Russo brothers have been able to do is you could take the weakest chink of the whole of the whole film, of the whole chain of the movies, and you can in the future movie make it vital that you had to watch that movie, and it makes that movie better. So anyone who thought that Iron Man 2 was the lowest of all of them, if you didn't get Iron Man 2, some of these future things, like the one-liners that you hear in this movie, that they no longer become just memorable, they become iconic for the character and for the development. You have to watch this movie in order to get that. And I don't think this movie is a poor watch at all. Actually, compared to the last movie we reviewed, the rewatchability factor is definitely higher on this movie.
Yeah. I'm going to touch base on that more when we do our overall thoughts at the end about the idea of the difference between the feeling of this movie brand new and the feeling of this movie after we've gotten to the end of Infinity War saga, because it's made the movie better. Really, some of the good things about it is watching it now. You're like, oh my gosh, now knowing where it goes, it's almost like this stuff is even better. So yeah, there's so many spots of it though. I'm gonna save my thoughts on it until the end.
Yeah. All right. So what didn't work for you?
So I got to be honest with you. I don't agree with you about some of the stuff you wrote down on here. I'm gonna let you touch on that. With this, I'm going to keep it short. What didn't work for me, I don't know, it's pretty simple. Like, it's such a beginning part of the movie where I'm not trying to be a cop out. And I know we don't ever want to say everything's perfect, but at this point, I'm in on what's going on. I think you could have introduced Natasha better. If I had to nitpick something that didn't really set out for me, is, I don't know, I kind of wouldn't have minded a better introduction for her, which is funny because it ends up being an answer of mine later on one of our questionnaires in a positive way. So I have a weird take on that, where this is a moment of the movie that I like a lot, but I do wish that her introduction was a little more than just someone walking on screen and, oh, by the way, this is who this is. And I know they make a big deal about it, and I know it does its job. I'm not saying it's not good enough, but it definitely felt kind of just, this is where it kind of, to me, felt with a take that I'm going to talk later, I don't think they knew what they were doing with her yet, to be honest with you. And I felt that from the immediate time that she was on. So that'd be my only issue with this first part, because trust me, I have issues coming soon. But this is, for now, we're just talking about this beginning. The beginning is great so far, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I can. Yeah, we definitely differ a little bit on what didn't work for us personally, but also this is our personal viewpoints, more watching this and we're reading this and everything. There's a lot going on in this film, and whenever they do a lot of stuff in a film, it worries me what their outcomes are going to be. How are they going to tie that together? In what didn't work, I do end my little spiel on this on a positive, that I wouldn't even say it's too much of a criticism that it didn't work, but it's more of a worry going into it that you see as the movie progresses, they know how to tie up those loose ends, which I think that is something very, very important to keep in mind for that. That there's a struggle of trying to balance a couple things going on with Tony Stark. He's really showing that he has the father issues that he has with his dad. A lot more so in this movie than in the first film. I think it was hinted to in the first film, but I don't remember being as prevalent as it was in this film. And um, also that he is continuously dying from the thing that he put in his chest. That's so ironically supposed to keep him alive too. That's he's dealing with a lot of those things. And when it gets to, I'm no medical doctor, but he's constantly reading throughout the film his blood toxicity levels to see where he's at, when he needs to change things and all that stuff for his arc reactor. And when he hits over 50%, part of me is wondering, how is he still walking around and functioning? Because I don't, like, again, I'm not a medical doctor, so maybe he could even walk around at 75% and everything's fine. But there are times in this movie where when I'm watching it, I'm thinking, okay, what you're showing to us that's killing you, and you're actually showing us specific numbers. And then I'm looking at the actions that you're doing at that same time, just walking into the bathroom, testing it, or just doing whatever, testing it. I find those a little bit inconsistent, where the times where he looks drained, he should be at that 53% range and up. And the times where he's at the 53% range, you see him just getting done having a drink and walking into a bathroom of a party type thing. So those are the parts where I'm like, okay, that maybe the consistency there needs to be fixed, because if he's reading 53%, he walks into the bathroom of a party he's at and he still looks like the life of a party. That's where I'm like, okay, let's bring it into more of a real worldism type thing. That's the most nitpick I could really say about that part. I do think that Jon Favreau and what he was demanded to do with expanding the universe and with the things that they had to show in this movie, I think he handled them really well. And it was because of how he was able to maintain this and tie all those loose ends together that have saved this movie from being kind of a car crash at the end, where, in my opinion, again, it's just my opinion, but there is a lot of different storylines going on in this film that one can easily be pushed to the side, and then you're thinking, why was I even there? But thankfully, this movie does do something that not a lot of films have the capability of doing, and that's tying it all up at the end. But
so you would say then that you're just in this first part is what didn't work for you, is what it feels like it's doing at this point.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, because I can understand that. I personally never felt that way going through the movie. I kind of strive for more of the stuff about his dad.
Mm-hmm. I do too.
It never crossed my mind about the blood toxicity level. I kind of take some of these things too. You got to take as like, this is a phase. Yeah, it's a fan. I mean, he's in an iron suit and he falls to the ground.
And that's apparently killing him more than just the thing in his chest.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We see that
of course,
a lot.
you can't have an Iron Man move out.
Right.
So
well, we see that a lot with stuff. They did that with Thor: Love and Thunder, where the more she was Thor, the faster she was dying.
Exactly.
So would you think, wait a minute, wouldn't that be the opposite? Because it's, because it's magic or whatever, there really was no explanation. Right. So
yeah,
it never really crossed my mind, to be honest with you. But that's about it.
Yeah. But yeah, when I'm breaking down these, by the way, guys, we're doing this in like this is act one.
Yeah.
And so whatever I felt about that act, I would put what worked for me, what didn't work, and different things like that. And like I just said, for what didn't work for me, obviously, as the movie went on, it did improve upon that and it fixed it, which made me feel relieved. But, I think that when people are making these films, they have to take into that account of, okay, how are people feeling in the beginning? And are we able to resolve that any negative feelings towards the end?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of films forget that. And they just say, oh, just forget about it now and go into the next phase. But no, you set all this up. So now you have to deliver on that. You know what I mean? So anyways, that's what I feel is the most that didn't work out for me, which is actually being very nitpicky.
Yeah, well, and like I said, it especially at the first impression, I can see why it feels that way.
Yeah. All right, what's your standout moment?
Oh, I my standout moment in this is the courtroom scene for me is about a good. I think the chemistry between Robert Downey Jr. and Don Cheadle shown even in a scene that was full of a lot of people, and to me that made a big difference on what they'd be like when they're alone too. Because when they're alone is one thing, which that if they can be this well together while they're acting with a bunch of other people, I'm like, oh, I can't wait to see their stuff alone now.
Yeah.
And it pays off real well. Like, so yeah, that stood out to me the most is how much I enjoyed that scene. And I have my issues with Hammer, and we'll talk about him in the next segment. But I liked him here in this part.
Mm-hmm.
Our introduction to Justin Hammer is great. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I agree.
I have issues with him going forward, but right here is fine.
Yep, yeah. I'm completely agreeing with that. Yes. Yeah. All right. So what would your my stand-up moment? I wrote down everything of RDJ because it's kind of hard to watch a show or a movie like this, and when he's in the scene, even if the scene is bad and you have to nitpick a scene, his acting is just so phenomenal with it. It really, and I'm not saying this to be like gushing over RDJ, but I sincerely mean it. If you're watching Robert, you are an amazing actor.
Oh, he's his funniest in this movie.
You just he's just so good.
He's so funny. I think this is the funniest Marvel movie he's done.
If anything, doing a retrospective on these early movies of his and as Iron Man makes me more optimistic for his version of Dr. Doom. Because I will be honest, I was not a fan of Robert Downey Jr. becoming Dr. Doom. I completely wasn't. I feel like we need a fresher actor. I feel like moving forward in the MCU, we are going to get a fresher actor because he's that big of a villain. But I had that was one of those moments where you're like, gotta lay it in the hands of the Russo brothers and Kevin Feige to say, okay, I'm just going to see what you're going to do. But and he's a great actor. That's why I'm saying doing a retrospective of these movies, if he's this good of an actor as Tony Stark, it's making me more anticipate what he's going to be as our.
But that's only if he plays Dr. Doom with the assumption that he looks like Tony Stark, right? Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, because here's because I love what you just said, but man, it sparked a fire real quick. Because I got to be honest with you, he's too much of a notable face of Marvel in and outside of the movies. Because when he goes to award shows or when he shows up at hospitals or anything that he does, he puts on that Tony Stark persona because it's fun, and you could tell he's enjoying every minute of it, and he should because he's great at it. When you bring him out and he rips off the mask and it's look who's Dr. Doom and it's him, there's no like, oh, we can just cast him as it because he's a good actor and he's going to do a good spot. But he looks like Tony Stark.
Oh, there is definitely a reason why they picked him. Not just
what if there isn't?
Put away.
Does that change how you feel about it?
What, that just because he's?
What if it's just they just did it because it's him?
I feel like I could go 50.
What if we never see his face?
I feel like
2 movies.
I could go 50-50 on that. And I'm saying that because I think Robert Downey Jr. is a good enough actor that even if we never see his face, as long as he's acting the character the way he's supposed to be, I can forgive that part. Because that's the one brilliant thing about Dr. Doom. He has a mask on. You could say that same thing about Iron Man, but Iron Man, just as he says in this movie, I am Tony Stark and Tony Stark is Iron Man.
Right, we need both.
The government can't take my suit because they'll be taking me.
You don't think that doesn't apply for your Dr. Doom? No, either. Your perfect Dr. Doom can be a Dr. Doom that is just always in the mask?
No, that's true. He can't. No. But that's why I'm saying that this movie is, for them casting Robert Downey Jr., if they're never intending on revealing his face, which they are, because he's got that $1 million face that's getting.
Well, you're not going to give him $100 million to be in a mask.
Exactly. And there's no way in this multiverse thing that they're doing that they're going to do Robert Downey Jr. casting as Victor Von Doom, Dr. Doom, and Tom Holland or Thor is not going to see that. There's no way that's not figured into the plot of either Doomsday.
There is a rumor that that's the truth.
I'm sorry. If they do that, that's a big, fat missed opportunity that I do not expect Russo brothers to get wrong. Like, you are one of our saving graces in the MCU. You cannot do these missed opportunities. You've proven so far you haven't.
Yeah.
Don't start now. Anyways.
Because I'd say he's only good later like that
Yeah.
if it is tied in. If it's not, then it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah. No, my perfect Doctor Doom would have a good Victor Von Doom and Doctor Doom storyline type.
You have to understand who he is. Yeah.
But with the multiverse the way it is, and knowing I'm only getting him for 2 films, I can settle for this will be fine 50-50, in my opinion.
Okay.
But and that's also in a retrospective watching these movies and seeing, okay, he just a really good actor.
Mm-hmm.
So I can forgive that part.
Okay.
We'll see if it holds up.
I just wanted to throw that out there.
I'm glad you did. It's good to challenge me.
He's a great actor. I get you. But
yeah,
man, what if that's not what
I don't want to overhype him, but at the same time, I personally just can't deny how magnetic of a
because he's curse is this part.
Yeah.
It's not that it's a bad curse, but it does mean when he shows up in the MCU, it's not like he could just be anybody.
No. Yeah.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
So but you could hire Edward Norton tomorrow to play a whole different character, and we would just be like, "Oh, that's fine.
Yeah,
just forget that he was all. It's okay, whatever."
Terrence Howard too.
Yeah, but you can't. When you put RDJ in Marvel, it's Iron Man. So if you're gonna do him as Doctor Doom, it's gonna have to do with Iron Man somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's whatever they decide to do, it's got to be something. It's got to be like, oh, wow, you look a lot like You might be like, yeah, I know. yeah. Or whatever. It could be simple, but it's obvious. So
okay. But I do agree with you. I just put everything RDJ for my stand-up.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I do agree to that. The courtroom scene, or I think that's supposed to be the Senate here.
Yeah, Senate in the court. Yeah.
For senator and all that stuff, and I'll get to him later.
The Senate hearing is what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're getting the impression it wasn't the first one too. So.
Oh yeah. I will say it is really cool. And I gotta say, this has to be Jon Favreau's idea or RDJ's idea. Probably Jon Favreau, because he really is a creative mind behind making Iron Man land. And he is
for sure.
He is the driving force behind the director's chair for this. But having, and she becomes a famous actor later, but this is a quick cameo appearance. Is that Kate Mara that hands him the subpoena ticket?
Boy, that's a good question.
Is that the girl that plays Sue Storm in the Bad Fantastic Four movie 2015 and plays in House of Cards season 1?
I didn't.
I think that's her with blonde hair and looking all pretty. That's something to look up, ladies and gentlemen. And my brother probably.
Yeah, I'm going to confirm while we're talking.
Yes, but there was a quick cameo of an actor, and I love that. It's like Octavia Spencer in the first first Spider-Man movie. You're like, oh, you're going to be really big someday. Like, I know you're big enough now to be in these movies. Great. Good for you. But, some actors, they just end up taking off later on to something, a bigger role and all that. And that's why I felt like for her. And it was just so perfect that this hot girl that he's flirting with, and he's like, does she come with a car? All that stuff. And be like, you've been served a subpoena. Do you want to see the badge? You like that? And he's like, that. I thought that was just really cool. He just likes to be handed things. Oh, that was just so.
I will let you know as soon as I'll interrupt you, and I'll let you know as soon as we load, folks.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah. Anyways, what is your score of the first act?
I give it 8 out of 10.
Yeah. And I
think that's fair. I think that's fair.
Exact same thing. 8 out of 10. All right. While that's loading over there, we'll go up to that in a moment. I'm going to read to you guys Act 2, and we're going to talk about it. So, Act 2, Tony's health worsens and his behavior becomes increasingly reckless as he struggles with his impending death. At the Monaco Grand Prix, Vanko attacks Tony publicly with electrified whips, revealing that Iron Man technology can be replicated. Though Tony defeats him, rival weapons manufacturer Justin Hammer recruits Vanko to build advanced drones and weapons. Meanwhile, Tony pushes away Pepper Potts and clashes with his friend James Rhodes, who takes one of the Iron Man suits, leading to the creation of War Machine. With guidance from Nick Fury and a discovery left behind by his father, Howard Stark, Tony synthesizes a new element that cures his poisoning and upgrades his arc reactor.
Okay, there's a lot to talk about here.
There is a lot to talk about here. Yeah. And Yeah, it's making me think about my hot take later on.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm gonna start off first with what worked for me.
Yeah,
for
go ahead.
this. All right. It's in my opinion, this is very comic accurate and displayed really well what Tony Stark does in the face of his ultimate demise. Because one of the things that I think us as comic book fans are looking for when we're watching these movies is how close is it to the comics? And I'm going to be the first person to tell you, as a comic book fan, not always do the comic book version of the characters translate well for your general audience on the film. So I'm okay with creative liberty. However, how they displayed what Tony would do in the face of death, exactly comic book accurate. In my opinion, at least, on someone, a bigger comic book nerd out there might find something that's different and say to me in the comments what's wrong. Go right ahead. I'm all ears. I love hearing different points of view. And there are times in the comics or even the comics contradict themselves. But for what I know of Tony Stark, what he does when he's pushed up against the wall and he's either about to die or about to lose something, this is exactly what he would act like. He would act like a reckless guy. And he's obviously dying. And the first thing he thinks of when he takes his blood toxicity is he's really high. He's like, I'm just going to go behind the wheel of a race car that everyone says you have no experience. You're probably die doing it. He's going to die either way. So might as well go off the way he wants to go out. I think that makes him this drive of this impending death that, like you said, he faces this in two ways. One, he doesn't believe he should have survived at the beginning of the Iron Man 1. And so that's a constant theme for Tony Stark in all these films, from what I remember. And then two, for this film in particular, he is constantly facing death with what's going on here. So he might as well live as carefree as he wants. And that's what he's deciding to do. He's going to take those crazy risks that no normal person would, that he probably wouldn't do if he didn't think he was dying. And there you go. And that's what makes him very likable. So that's what worked for me for this segment.
Yeah. I agree on all of that. This getting behind the wheel of that car, we don't know how much experience he's had. I mean, now that we watched a real good F1 movie, we realize you really got to know what you're doing. And I don't think Tony Stark's up to the task, but at the same time, he is up to the task of doing stuff in the Iron Man suit. So he's used to wear and tear on his body. So I could see this happening for fun. It makes for good comedy as well. This is where I start having trouble with Hammer. Justin Hammer is in this. But let's talk about what worked first. This is my favorite. Well, I wouldn't say favorite. This is in my top 5 favorite moments of Tony getting into his suit, the Iron Man suit. When they come up on that track there, he's trying to get that briefcase out of Pepper's hands, and the door keeps closing. And then he pops that briefcase out and he steps down on that briefcase. And that what number suit is this? What do they call the name of that suit? Do you know? There's a name for it, right?
There is. I don't know on the top of my head because they're
It's more of a comic book.
They're more like Mark something.
Yeah.
Mark 3, Mark whatever. I don't know the one.
Yeah.
That you're talking about, the suitcase.
Yeah, the suitcase. I love it. Is such an awesome suit up moment. And he's got some good suit up moments. But this one's top 5. I love this suit up moment because he's just, and he's like, oh man, this is so good. And I like that he's facing off with Whiplash at first as Tony Stark. Like, he's not Iron Man. He's like literally, and that's something he does also in movies. I mean, obviously it's Tony Stark even on an Iron Man suit always anyways. You never feel like this is a Batman thing because he's always one, but like, it is more, it's more gripping when you see him not in a suit fighting, right? And we'll see this later on in Avengers when he faces Loki without his suit on, or even in Infinity War when his mask is ripped off and him and Thanos are having a straight conversation. You feel like he's even more. It's almost like we feel like without his suit, he's so much more vulnerable. But to be honest with you, it's not much different, right? So I like that moment of the fighting with Whiplash at first was him just dodging him because holy cow, this is scary,
Mhm.
and he needed his suit to do what he did. And yeah, no, I love that suit up moment. That is so good. That worked for me so well. I love that so much. And what really worked in this whole scene, in this segment that we're talking about, was most everything. But I love him making the new element.
Mhm.
That whole thing of him being here, you're basically under house arrest. You need to get your crap together. And they weren't doing that so he could like go figure out something for them that they needed to do. He was doing that to save his life. Nick Fury basically made Tony Stark do his own intervention. Like, listen, you're smart. You need to figure out how to keep yourself alive. So here you go do that. Everything that was going on there was only for him to survive. It, for the storyline going forward, meant nothing, really. It does mean that there's a new element and, the elements being made. Am I in the right spot for that? Yeah.
Yeah, you're in the right spot.
Yeah. And yeah, because for upgrades as arc reactor, that it's a, yeah, it, for me, it's like, that reminds me so much of the first movie, him in the cave making all the stuff. This is his cave now, it's just his home, right? But I love a Mia movie of somebody figuring things out, and doing tests and writing things down and having revelations. That scene after he figures out that the map that his dad made, it was actually the element, or all the things that he's missing in order to make this thing happen. He's sitting there, he's doing all the movements, he's making it. I'm like, oh my God, that is what made this movie for me, was those moments. I love that stuff. All that stuff is great. And that made me think of, this is what Iron Man's like. And it actually changed my mind about Iron Man 3 a little bit. Believe it or not, which we'll get there when we get there. Because I think what's unique about Iron Man, when you think of Iron Man, you go minus Civil War, okay, because it really isn't his movie, right? In almost every Iron Man movie where they're trying to focus on him, when it comes down to like some sort of arc for him, he's brought down to a basic level that he needs to build up from again. Iron Man 3, he's in someone's garage. And even at the end of beginning of Endgame, they're out in space trying to figure out how to get the ship going again. There's nothing. They're down to nothing again. And it's always life and death right then and there. And I think that's been that theme for him for a long time. And two really kind of was like, two kind of kept it going, right? The first movie obviously made sense that he made the suit in the cave. But in two, it's like, let's repeat that, but for a different reason. That's still part of the same reason. And it makes it like he needed to be that guy. We needed to focus on why he is Tony Stark. And it's not because he's funny. It's not because he's crazy. It's not because he's a womanizer. It's because he's a genius. And we needed to always, I mean, gosh, he's a guy that figures out time travel later on. But he is the genius of Marvel, right? At least from where we are at this point in time in the universe.
Yeah.
I love that whole scene. That works for me so well. It really carries through that. I was more glued to the movie watching that scene than I was for any other parts of the movie. I don't want to say the other parts are bad. I'm just saying, for a moment there, I found myself going, oh man, I forget how fun these moments are of him figuring this stuff out. Seeing the Captain America shield that's half broke and he puts it underneath the thing. It's like just talking to his robots again. Like, it's just stuff like that was like, man, this is what makes this good. This is what makes this a lot of fun. Yeah. And I enjoy the hell out of that a lot. Yeah. Big time. Yeah, that to me, that really is the standout stuff that worked a lot for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What didn't work for you? Switch around the rule.
Gosh darn, the whole Rhodey coming and taking a suit. I cannot. When I watched that, I was like, oh no. Do I not like this movie now all of a sudden?
Yeah, the same reaction I did on
It's so bad, guys. Yeah. Like, just him being drunk, and I want it to be funny, and I want to see what they're doing, and I'm sure they meant it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But the entire thing is cringy. It's just, even the fight. I'm like, this is dumb. And I don't think it's dumb because I don't think it's hard to believe Rhodey could kick his butt. I kind of give Rhodey the upside to that because Tony is skunk drunk. So I can, okay, at the very least, Tony's not in the kind of shape to really fight like he could. And it's still early on him as Iron Man too, so he's not the best at it either. So I can see why Rhodes, and if you really think about it when you watch it, I think Tony does kind of kick his butt a little, you know. He's just also skunk drunk. But it just was not, it just didn't work for me, man. The mix of the CGI here is very noticeable. And I wasn't too pleased. Like, I was like, ugh, ugh. I don't know. No, I didn't like anybody in the scene. I think all of their lines, the way they were delivered, I really feel like this was one of those scenes where it was like, man, how are we going to get the suit from Tony? Let's, on the day of sitting in the trailer, let's do this one. And it kind of, but it's such a CGI heavy one. I find it hard to believe it wasn't a planned out scene either, because it is so CGI heavy.
Yeah, because they have to approve all that stuff. And
Yeah,
all that stuff.
it's not just a scene between a couple
If
of
it
actors.
becomes too much to do in the editing room, they usually would scrap it if they're like this plan anyways. You know?
Yeah, and this actually makes me think that this was the part of the alcoholic storyline that they didn't take out that they should have. That they just did this because he's partying because he almost died, so he's having a party and acting like an idiot.
Yeah.
But if from the beginning of the movie he was always drunk and doing dumb stuff, this scene would make more sense. Because this is the first time that we really see Tony, and the last time you see Tony drunk and out of control.
That's true. That very, very true. Yes,
We always see Tony with a drink, though.
Yeah.
But we never see him drunk and out of control. And this is what we're seeing now.
Yeah.
So if they went along with the alcoholic storyline, this scene fits. And the fight still is a little cringy, but the scene fits. But now this seems way out of, this doesn't seem, to me, he just doesn't seem like the guy that lets himself get that angry. It'd have been, I wish that I personally don't have another way to show of him getting the suit other than legitimately him being made to give it over. So I'm not sitting here trying to say I would do a different kind of scene. I don't know. I did try to think, what if I was a writer, what would I have wrote in for Rhodey to come take the suit or whatever? And yeah, I couldn't think of anything off the top of my head right away. Give me some more time and I probably could. But this wasn't, to me, this didn't feel like the right way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really did not work for me. And there was a moment I got a little worried, like, oh man, all the good parts of this movie in the beginning, crap, and it sucks. I hope it's not this bad. I hope I don't feel this way before. Thankfully, it didn't. It's just that part was just kind of glaring to me. Ugh. Yucky. This is yucky. This is like, I don't like this. And I do. I really now that after you give the history and all that, I do think this was stuff from the alcoholic storyline that they kept it because they had no other way to get the suit away from Tony.
Well, and it feels like to me from that point of view, that before I get on to what didn't work for me, which by the way, I'm like 95% of everything that you just said is what I basically wrote down here. I changed a couple of things from what you said, but it sounds like that the original intent of the storyline for this film was that Demon in the Bottle storyline, which arguably is one of Tony Stark's biggest like fan favorite comic book moments. So I see why they want to use that. But this is the one scene of that version of the script that they condemn.
Yeah.
And
that might work
agree.
on the comic book, but I don't think it would work in the movie.
Well, and I think for the movie, like you said, if they had started the film off with him being an alcoholic, it would have made more sense for the alcohol part of things. See, I interpreted that film, that scene, not as an alcoholic thing, just as a party scene. He's wasted, but not as in he's an alcoholic type thing. I took that as another version of him being reckless, but doing a different thing.
Because that's probably the way it's intended too.
Yeah.
It just felt, for me, it really fell out of place.
Yeah. So what didn't work for me for this whole act was Rhodey being able to just put the suit on and immediately know what to do with it. Like, and I'm not saying that we need a scene of Rhodey testing it out, although I did put a little bit of that in here that we had saw something to that degree. For instance, at the end of Ant-Man, you know that Hope is going to get the Wasp outfit. And by the second movie, she's full on doing things with the Wasp. So you know between those two films, she was trained in it with her dad and everything.
Yeah.
But Iron Man didn't do any of that setup. They didn't show in the first film. They had a little nod of Terrence Howard looking at it and saying, maybe someday. But there was no, I'm going to show you, hey, let's hang out in my Tony Stark saying, "Let's hang out in my lab or my workshop and let's play around with this." Where you would think, oh, eventually we're gonna get that. He knows what's gonna do. We didn't get anything like that. So what's weird to me is Rhodey goes downstairs thinking the only way to stop Tony is because he's wearing the Iron Man suit, is to meet him where he is, like, physically at that point with Iron Man suit. He doesn't know that thing even fits him.
Yeah.
And he gets in it and it's a perfect fit.
There's no security protocol. Anyone could just walk in and be like, I'm going to get in that suit.
Yeah.
There's you're not, dude, sorry, sir, but, what's the passcode? You know what I mean? Like,
he did type in a passcode to get in there. So he knew
in there, but
I agree.
The suit and being in the room are two different things, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And he's that big of a person with throwing that type of a party with Pepper Potts, the CEO at that point of Stark Industries, being there, and Rhodey being from the military right there. You think there would have been some sort of protection group there, that says, don't go here, don't go there, all that stuff, Otherwise, not only is Tony Stark really reckless and physically what he's doing to himself, but reckless in his property, where any drunk girl could go up to the second or third story and probably die falling because of how it's architect and they're all drunk. Anyways, just throwing that out there. But that's the only thing to me that really didn't work. I like the idea of Rhodey getting in the War Machine suit and battling Iron Man as I'm gonna knock you down a peg. You're too drunk. Go home. Stop it. I like that idea. I don't think it was executed well.
I agree. I think I'm with you.
Yeah. And I think that
it's not a bad idea. It just didn't come off.
Yes.
It didn't come off natural.
Yeah. And I could see where that would be great. Maybe not fan service, but great promotional material. Iron Man versus War Machine. You don't know the Whiplash is the main villain type thing. I could see where they could really use that stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think it was done. That's probably in most of them one of the biggest glaring mistakes that would have been great for reshots.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I like that. I didn't really like that scene too much and how it started and everything, but I get why they did it, and I would have been okay with a scene like that if it was executed a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Is the best way of saying it. I wondered how, and I know we saw it a little bit in the movie, and we kind of talked about this before the podcast started. Ivan creates his arc reactor. And then takes those weapons across borders, which is probably still within Europe, because it looks like that's where the Grand Prius is, and he, I think, is in Russia at that time, from my understanding, which part of it's in Europe, part of it's not.
This is in Italy.
Yeah.
So he could just be in a car. He could fly.
Exactly. Yeah. But I don't know. I see why they did that scene, because that was all over the trailers too of Iron Man 2, is that scene of him as Whiplash doing his thing and all that, and visually and stunt wise, really well done, I thought. But I'm wondering, how did he get the tickets to go over there? And it felt weird for me. How I would have done it a little bit differently, because how they're portraying Ivan is he is so smart that he creates his own arc reactor. This, just like what Tony did. That was the whole point of no one else has this technology. Justin Hammer's trying to recreate it, even in adversaries like North Korea and all that stuff, which when we get to the third act, I'm going to tell you where my biggest pet peeves are on that. And part of my initial hot take for this film, I'm going to spoil it right now, because as we're going through and I'm remembering some things, I'm like, well, it's not really too much of a hot take anymore, is that Ivan seems to be technologically advanced. Because I almost would have thought superior than Tony Stark, but not really. Because if you think about it, Tony Stark made the same thing just with scraps in a cave, where Ivan is smart. You have to give him that credit, that he made something that no one else was able to make other than Tony. But he probably had a lot more tools at his disposal than Tony did. So he is very smart, but at the same time, he's kind of dumb to a degree with how he makes his entrance and all that stuff. I don't know. I have a little mixed feelings on Ivan as the villain. I don't think he's the worst villain Marvel's ever had, but he definitely is not the one that I would say he's within the top tier villain where I feel like he could have been. I don't know where the sweet spot would be for that, but that was the only thing I would say is him getting to that scene and his entrance into it was a little, I would have changed that a little bit. But it doesn't diminish the scene too much. It's just
Sorry.
taste, yeah, I would say.
This is where you and I have our party enough ways with this. And not, like I said, not like, we don't have to batter the idea that it's personal taste. I get it, but I will say this. So I completely get the opposite feeling. I think him, yes, he's obviously smarter than most of the villains that Iron Man comes up against. If anything, one part that I agree with you is they could have done a little more to show how smart he was. But the fact that he'd made the arc reactor and he had time and it wasn't under the pressure of his life being taken from him. But I think it spoke to how scary he was, though, too, with the motivation to make the arc reactor. Because his motivation is to get revenge on the Stark family. And I look at him as a terrorist. And that's what they did wrong with Iron Man 3, they did right with Iron Man 2. Where him randomly walking onto the track and do what he did on a random day like that felt like a random terrorist attack. See, his motivation isn't to rule the world or isn't for money. It isn't this. It's to get Tony. And he's going to take advantage of any moment he can to do it. Now, did he know Tony was going to jump in the car and drive? Probably not. But he needed to be on that track. He needed to be there. He knew Tony owned a car. He knew he was going to be there. So when he looks up at the thing and he sees Tony's getting in the car, he's like, okay, well, I'm going to go right out there and get him then. So I don't think it was like a plan, like I'm going to go get him while he's driving. I think he went there and he was just going to show up and do what he's going to do. And that's been the whole point of the senators and all them talking to Tony is, look, someone's going to use this like a terrorist and they're just going to hurt people. It just so happens to be Tony's the subject that he's trying to hurt. I wouldn't change the scene at all. Actually, I love that he comes out. You hear the audience's reaction. You see like almost like the cell phone footage, like of the camera footage, like people are catching it as it's happening. And he's not only hurting Tony, he's hurting whoever's driving on that track. He's there to kill. It's one of the most badass villain entrances. I mean, it just is as he turns on the thing, it burns away his shoe. That's some awesome stuff. And when he does the whipping like this, you're just like, this guy is scary. And then I think that's just it. There's no negotiating with this guy. It's not like, oh, I should have done something for you, or you're coming after me because you need something from me. He just wants to kill him.
And it goes to his strength. He's hit multiple times with a car and he still is walking away from that.
He's a tough SOB. And then even the conversations with him afterward, it's not even a hatred. It's not even the outburst of anger. It's just like, we're just destined. Like your dad wronged my dad, so on and so forth, goes back further than that, blah, blah, blah. And this is your destiny, is me killing you. He's calm almost about it. It's a scary guy. And I think that's what I like about this guy the most, is he's not once to really, some little later, you see a little worry out of him. But there's not many times where you see him lose control. Like even when he goes to hurt someone, he's just very calm and not.
That's true. Yeah.
And it's like a planned, he's like a unplanned, but at the same time feels almost like it's planned, right? It's like everything he does turns out to be a terrorist attack in the long run. But if you think about it, like even the expose at the end, he brings all the machines to life. He's shooting at everybody. He's just ruining. He wants Tony. That's obviously his goal, but he's in a lot of ways hurting everybody around him too. Is his way of getting at him in the same way, So to me, that's where that works the most. I wouldn't change that at all. I understand why you feel that way about it. I just when I watched it, I kind of felt that those are the moments that made me go, oh, why did I like this as much before? Like now I like this more now. than I did before.
When you put it in the lens of a terrorist perspective, which I really should have thought about it that way, it makes a lot more sense, because that's what you even see in real life, random terrorist attacks against a certain group or individual or whatever. That's what he was doing. He was just doing it towards Tony, regardless if he knew he was going to be in the racetrack or not.
Right.
He knew he was there. And
the only way to get him to the United States is under arrest. Like, because the idea of him getting all that technology that he made in a plane into the United States from Russia, or we look at this guy, clearly he's got a rap sheet. There's no airport security he's going through. Let's pull that one aside. You know what I mean? I know sorry about the profiling, guys, but look at him. Like, like he's asking to be checked, by dogs and stuff. He's asking.
Yes, if
you're going to put him in the United States where he's going to actually be a formidable force, where he's going to have problems for them there, the only way to do it is, I think, the way we did it. Yeah. Which gives Hammer a good position.
Well, isn't that what happens? Is that it doesn't even go over in the natural way over there.
Right.
He's
Hammer breaks
broken out and then taken over.
Yeah. So then, to me, that's the only way to do it is, and then he didn't have to bring his technology because Hammer provided it for him to do.
Yeah.
And so to me, that makes a lot more sense. I think this is when we really get to know Hammer too a little bit, right? Are we in our next part? Is that the breakout part?
Yeah,
because I can wait for that, the stuff with Hammer till then.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for that. Yeah, because the next part is definitely more Hammer.
Okay,
it's definitely what to talk.
Yeah. I still think we're a little different on Hammer, but I think we have a couple similar things about that. Yeah, no, I'm with you. You can have. I understand why you feel the way you did about it. I really do. It just, for some reason, it come off differently to me. For me, it was like, oh, that's a scarier kind of guy, because there is no nefarious. Really, in this whole movie, there is no nefarious big game. Hammer's the only one that has any kind of bigger picture game.
Yeah,
this whole movie's about whether or not the Iron Man suit should be public or owned by the government.
Take Tony now.
Yeah, and a very personal thing between Tony and this guy. Which I kind of like, because it kind of felt like the first movie too. The stakes aren't quite there yet, right?
Yeah.
Because when you get to the third, it is about kind of like bigger things. Almost too big, right?
And that's the thing when we get to that one. We'll talk about with the universe building, how that didn't work.
But yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Did the pacing pull it for you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
There's a couple of moments. I was like, oh, this is going on here. but it worked though for me.
For me, I don't recall any scenes that dragged down to the point where I thought, oh, I'm losing interest. I maintain my interest no matter what. Even if there's things I didn't like about it that you liked about it, I still maintain my interest in it.
I agree.
What's your best character?
It too. And it's all with the villain. I love his first appearance in the fight. I like how determined he is. I like how scary he comes off. And I love their conversation between them after he's caught. I like that. It's because it's very vague. It's very nonchalant. It's not very threatening. It was like a weird kind of back and forth that, Tony was just kind of upstaging him the whole time. And he kind of was smirking at it because he knows that he's capable of a lot more than what Tony's letting on. I just thought it worked well for me. So.
Yeah. I'll say my favorite character moment for me personally is Brody. I think that expanding the character's role in this film definitely did a service to the character himself. I also think that the chemistry between Don Cheadle and Robert Downey Jr. is much better than what Terrence Howard's was with RDJ, personal opinion for that. And I think that really showed in his performance, despite what we think of that scene, the parts we didn't like of the Brody versus Tony scene. The acting part of it was really good on Don Cheadle's part. I can't say that when he says, I'm only going to say this once, get out. It could sound very cheesy depending on how you delivered it.
It's not bad.
But it wasn't bad at all. I think it perfectly lined up with the mask falling down and everything. To me, he's just a standout moment for me as like, oh, this is a character I actually like now compared to my first reaction in the first film. I didn't like it too much.
Yeah.
So that's for me.
Remind me if I'm mistaken, before they have their fight, they have that scene together where he's sick, right?
No, that's after.
That's after, okay.
That's after.
That's what it is.
Finds out that I'm kind of hard on you, and I see what's going on.
Yeah, that's solidified.
This is when they're figuring out, all right, you're just acting like a jerk, Tony. I'm going to stop you. And then they realize why he's acting like a jerk.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get to it in there, but that definitely solidified maybe how good they are together.
Yeah. Oh, what was your rating?
Oh,
your score.
Boy, I got to tell you, that freaking fight scene kicks the crap out of me. But there's so many good things in this segment. I give it a 6 out of 10. I got it. That fight scene, I really did not like it, man. I was like, I want to like this, but as much as I love him coming out on that track and the whip stuff. It is so good. And it's funny. And the car getting sliced. All that stuff is great. And the suiting up. Oh, it's good. That fight scene sucks, though, with him and Rhodey. Yeah, 6 out of 10, because I got to be honest about that. It is so cringy. I'm almost like, eek. Yeah, we need something different there. But
what's funny is that we have a similar feeling towards the fight scene, honestly, and I even had a little worse of opinion for the villain entrance.
Yeah, it's funny.
But yet my score is 7 out of 10.
It's funny. Yeah.
Higher, so it's almost like this is balancing out somehow in this universe.
Weird. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. How about you read the final act?
Final act, guys, is the end of the movie, okay? So at the Stark Expo, Hammer unveils his drone army, secretly controlled by Venko, who now returns in a powerful new suit. The drones go rogue, attacking civilians, forcing Tony and Rhodey to team up as Iron Man and War Machine in a large-scale battle. They destroy the drones and confront Venko directly. After a coordinated assault, they defeat him, though he triggers a final self-destruct sequence before dying. In the aftermath, Tony stabilizes his health, repairs his relationships, and earns a level of trust from Nick Fury, solidifying his role in the emerging Avengers initiative while accepting greater responsibility as both a hero and a symbol. You know, I need to say something before we move ahead. You know, we never did talk about Nick Fury and them talking to Tony after that whole fight scene.
Okay, that's that. I'm glad you.
Do we want to touch on that real quick before
let's touch upon that real quick.
I freaking love that stuff.
I did too.
I am going to draw him sitting in that donut as I am.
Yes,
eating that. I'm going to draw it because it is so good. I love it. It's funny. Yeah. And this is when we are very much revealed that Natasha Romanoff is here.
Yeah,
which is like about time. And the character's been very boring up until this moment.
Well,
it kind of stays boring for a while.
This is their world building time.
Correct.
Where they're showing, they already hinted at the very end post-credit scene of Iron Man 1 that you're part of a bigger universe now. And now we're actually seeing glimpses of that bigger universe with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury getting involved with Tony Stark and then sending in his top agent, arguably. Maybe. I don't know if I would say top over Maria Hill, but we'll find that out in Avengers. But he definitely is a closer confidant to Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff.
Yeah.
And she owes her whole life to S.H.I.E.L.D., as she says multiple times. So
sure.
And obviously she would have done better than Maria Hill in this situation because of how they wanted to portray him. They knew he read Tony and knew how to infiltrate him. Mm-hmm. Get a sexy woman to go in there, be like a secretary type figure that he's going to flirt with, but she's going to remain on objective. And I think that's all they wanted of the character, and they delivered. I know.
Yeah, she's pretty one note, but I think the note works, but it almost is kind of like, man, for as prevalent as she becomes, I felt a little let down at her entrance, but it makes sense why she's like this.
I was just going to say, I feel like this film is meant for her to be a one note, but at the same time, future iterations of her, I don't see too many extra notes happening. Yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to say that in any disrespect, Miss Johansson, but it's just
you've changed my mind about her in this movie for sure. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, there's Natasha Romanoff is such a complex character in and of herself, and she has a really good origin story that I don't think we've been able to see that well of a faithful adaptation execute of her story. And she does great for those ensemble events, definitely. The solo stuff I think she could do good in. It's just unfortunately for what we did see of one, it didn't it didn't live up to my expectations. It's the nicest way to say it.
And repeating the funny phrase like this isn't like Budapest doesn't create character building like they thought it was doing.
Show us Budapest.
Yeah, or at least more between them. Because there's times where you're kind of like, are you a couple? Then like, oh wait, he's got a whole family? She might be uncomfortable the way he's talking with this woman here. You know what I mean? There's issues in it. I think they struggled with her through the whole thing. You know, and I kind of liked their turn they did with her and Bruce, but then they never really could follow through with that.
Well,
which I kind of wish it did, though. You know,
when we get to Age of Ultron, that's where I'm going to give my bigger, hotter take on Natasha Romanoff as a character, because at that point we've seen her in many different ways and iterations, and we can say, all right, at least for me, I can say this is how I feel about this character and how they're progressing her throughout the series.
Yeah, but in this movie, you're right. I'm going to be changing some answers I have at the end, because my first initial knee-jerk reaction is, oh man, they're still trying to figure out how to handle pretty women in the MCU. But I realized, but she's supposed to be this right now for Tony.
Yeah.
And where some of the jokes land a little flat later about her being sexy, it's okay though, because like earlier in the movie, the only way to infiltrate Tony is that. Mm-hmm. And that works. Because my favorite scene is one of my favorites. We'll talk about it soon. Yeah. But yeah, it's
And I think I read this in your notes too, because when we were looking through a retrospective of other people talking about all these characters that came in, Scarlett Johansson even made the comment that she thinks she was too sexualized in the very first film. But also when you watch the movie and you see Tony's character, and we could confirm that was Kate Mara giving him the subpoena.
Okay, good.
The subpoena thing. But that's literally
I didn't get it yet.
Yeah, our Wi-Fi over here can kind of be a little sketchy. But the whole thing of the women in this film that get Tony's attention, that is
they're all sexualized.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain is getting distracted because I forgot about the phone. Well, anyways,
we're gonna get this figured out, folks. But it's okay. You're just kind of hanging out with us in our house too. So
yeah, exactly. That was a spam risk, so we don't answer that anyways.
Yeah, that's what they want.
Anyways,
maybe
yes.
Tomorrow.
Thank you for unless it says Feige Kevin on my caller ID, I'm not picking. No, just kidding. Anyways, yes, thank you for finding my train of thought there. The women that get Stark's attention are the sexual women. There are the physically attractive women, because that's what Tony Stark is like. That's one of my favorite scenes actually in the movie, is when he's Googling Natalie Rushman and pulling up, and he makes the whole table, his iPad table, big picture of her, like folk cover or whatever it was, some spreadsheet. Right next to Pepper Potts is supposed to be the love of his life for the rest of eternity. But even she's like, no, you can't have her. No.
Yeah, he says, I want one.
I want one. She's like, no. And I love how she took it really well. She's like, oh, I know.
Yeah, we'll talk, because that scene will be talked about in our questionnaire. Yeah, you're right. It's so good.
But yeah, that's and I'm glad actually when we're on this third act, to get to one of my favorite moments of the third act, and I wrote down that scene in particular for regard Black Widow. But anyways, yeah, that's I agree with you. You agree with me that I think this is a great way of
At first, I thought it was a little distasteful, but as I think about it more and realize that, man, she's probably done this a lot to a lot of people. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Have to use her looks to get in deep to get what she has to get done.
Look at
Tony's the best way to do it. But he's not even oblivious to it though, because he even at first, even though she looks good, you can tell he's kind of like, there's something about you though. Mm-hmm. He says it often, many times. Like, what are you hiding? Like, so Tony's not stupid. He still sees through the looks, but the looks got him distracted. Yeah. And that's why shit was able to work. Yeah.
That's something a testament to the character and in the film itself, because even when she's fixing up his face before the party, he easily could have just asked to do something really crazy because they're private in his bedroom. Who knows what he could have said.
Yeah, but he knows there's more to this person.
He just brought it back down to more of a personal level type thing, which is really smart on his behalf to do. And that was before he found out that was Black Widow. That was right before he found out it was Black Widow. Anyways, and that's one thing I'll say about her first scene in the Avengers movie is she's very sexualized when she's being when she's tied up to the chair, and how her shirt looked and how everything was supposed to move when she was moving with the chair. That I know a lot of actresses in particular would complain about some of those. In retrospect, that's not very good, but that's part of the type of character for Black Widow and the type of thing that you Google at men when they do stuff like this too, or goggle at men, however you want to say it, when the Thor is completely naked in one scene of Love and Thunder.
Yeah.
It's just that's one of your assets as an actor, actress, or a character is your sexuality to a degree. And if that's how you get into fixing whatever objective it is, don't look back later and say, oh, you should look back and say, guess what? I was that hot. I was able to take down a terrorist. That's pretty cool. So that's just mine.
Well, it comes back down to that. Does it serve the character?
Yes.
Right? And it's like, if you're doing Snow White, then Snow White's not the ugliest girl around, right? Because the whole point of what she's asking her to do in the mirror and all that was to make me the finest. And sorry, someone's more finer, so let's make her eat an apple. You know what I mean? Like, it has to serve the character, and she's a undercover, black ops.
Yep.
And the best way to get to some of these really nasty guys is through those kind of ways. And if you don't think they're not doing that today, folks, you're very mistaken.
Yeah.
It's very much so a very common practice amongst the undercover secret kind of stuff that's going on, which does happen today.
And there's a difference with mistreating someone because of their looks and underestimating someone because of their looks.
That's right.
And I think that's something that these films, at least these early on films, definitely get right. And I think that the actors portraying these people need to say, hey, I will wear that sexy outfit for this scene. Does that serve the purpose of the character and what the role of the character is supposed to be for that film? Because that's okay to have that happen if it's serving, if it's not for an abuse situation, but it's more of an objective of this is what I'm going to do.
And on top of it, you get a sequence where you kick the shit out of like 9 guys without breaking a sweat.
Yeah.
And it's got nothing to do with what you look like. So like, you're not, it's not like you're the damsel in distress that looks hot. Yeah. You're hot, but you're also kicking people.
You're using it as a tool. It's not just an objective point of view.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways, so did this ending land for you?
Yes, it did. I wish the fight between Ivan and them was a little longer and he was a little more, I wish it lasted longer. I wish it was a little more dire for them. Even though it did kind of feel that way at the same time, it had a little bit of mix of both. So maybe I'm comparing oranges to apples here, but I kind of wish there was a longer fight between them and Ivan at the end. But I also liked that he was kind of kicking their butt too, and I liked the suit. I liked the suit was cool, and I liked the new power it all had, and I liked the jokes in the moments. I thought it was good, and I like how they beat him. I'm trying to think here. Yeah, the drones worked for me. I think my first watching of this movie back in the day, I thought the drones was just a big CGI mistake, like a lot of just a reason to do this. But this time, I'm like, oh, this works. I like these a lot. There's a couple moments where I felt like it got a little silly, thinking they'd be killing a lot more people if they were really just randomly shooting. But then once again, I got to remember this is a Marvel movie, and we're not, okay, we can assume a lot of people died, which is probably why we never see Hammer again, because he's going to prison for life for being accomplice to the murder of lots of people. And once again, I took this whole ending as that's a terrorist attack. Like, this is a terrorist attack by a guy again. It's just not random. Here he is. I like this a lot. In the very end, I enjoyed this with how they ended. This is where I was glad this movie come back around. I'm glad it did better than that fight scene between him and Rhodey. I even like that Rhodey's in the suit and he can't control it. To me, that was a lot of fun because they added a little humor there. And then it also was the first time we see Tony open up his eyes to how he feels about Pepper. Because as soon as they see the bombs, the first thing he thinks is he's got to go get her. And I'm like, okay, this is where it's different moving on now from he's the womanizer to if it come down to it at that moment, what's the most important thing? I think for the first time, it's her to him. really, like in action wise, like when it comes to actually taking action. And I think that really speaks to what goes on moving forward, and it's good progression, in my opinion. And I like it. Pepper taking control. I like that when she comes down and she's like, calls him please, and he's like, oh no. And she's like, oh no, that's what you're, step away. You know, like she gets all in his face, and it's like, it's cool. She's not afraid of stuff. And I enjoy that about her. There's a lot more of her character build in this one than in all of the other movies put together. And I kind of feel bad that doesn't continue. But I would say the same thing about Rhodey. This is the best we're ever going to see Tony and Rhodey together too, is in this movie. I'm not saying they're bad in the other movies either, but there's no more of that camaraderie. It's gone. And in fact, you almost kind of forget they're friends as you, but other than that, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So did this ending land for me? Yes, it did. I had a couple of issues, I would say, personally, with the final scene, but it wasn't the worst. And this is where I'm going to talk a little bit about Justin Hammer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You go first. I do have something to say about him. Thank you for reminding me, but go ahead.
And it's okay if you disagree with me on this one, but he was one of those characters where part of me is thinking, how are you in the position that you're in? This is the best way I could describe that. Displaying Justin Hammer as kind of like this, I wrote on here dumb, but mainly more naive, makes me wonder why he became the CEO of a weapons development company, and not only became the CEO of a company like that, but how he obtained a government contract. And I get that maybe he attained it because of Stark pulling back all the weapons manufacturing that they were initially doing, because they were on top of the world in the first movie. And so they're going to their competitor, which makes sense. In a capitalist society, you're going to find the one that's going to jive with you the most. But they picked Hammer Industries, led by this dum-dum, in my opinion. So, yeah. And honestly, for me, for Justin Hammer, the whole reveal in the beginning at the Senate hearing that Tony leaks out he is helping them develop these same things to all of our adversaries. Like, this isn't like, oh, South Korea and England he's giving some of these advices to. Some people you could questionably say, okay, there are allies even though you have a U.S. government contract. These are Pakistan and North Korea, the very same people that we, in particular, have a very bad relationship with, most of these adversarial countries. That alone, for me, in the very beginning of the movie, should have been like, that's the end you see of him. I don't think the government will have allowed him to continue on with anything like that. But unfortunately, you see him for the rest of the movie. So that didn't settle well for me, personally speaking. It's one thing if that footage got leaked out at the very end. Be like, all right, finally, we're putting this guy down after what he did with Ivan and all that stuff. Plus, on top of it, he's breaching government trust and contracts with going over to our adversaries, trying to recreate these weapons. That's the problem. That's my point of view on that. And that also could show just how naive the American government is portrayed in this film too. But anyways, in my opinion, he doesn't have too much to do with the movie other than being a front for Ivan's takeover. So I brushed some of that to the side a little bit. Otherwise, I have a lot more issues with the third act. So that's my just on Justin Hammer. Do you want to jump in there on him?
Yeah, I'm almost there with him. Where I agree 100% is he doesn't come off as smart as we want him to think he is. I do think he is, though. I just think they made the mistake of not showing us enough. I think he knows his weapons. I think he's that guy. And he tells that reporter in the beginning when they're at the Grand Prix that once Tony was off the scene is when he was able to become. So you are correct in that he was kind of the second, and he never was going to get it unless Tony walked away.
Yeah.
So, but he was the next best option. Now, I never got the impression when they were doing the thing in the hearing, I thought that was just footage of him trying to make a suit. I don't remember it being footage of him trying to make it for bad people. I know he's shown other countries trying to do it, but I think he was just also showing Hammer was trying and he couldn't either. I didn't get the impression that he was selling, even though he obviously would be selling to WWE.
Yeah.
Now that we know him personally, I don't think he outed him though in this thing.
I think from my understanding of it, and we could rewatch it to confirm. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to this, please write in the comments below what actually happened. Or
was it him showing him doing the suit for bad people?
Yep.
Or was it just a video of him trying to make a suit?
Because I remember...
So there's two different things, you know what I mean? Like,
I remember Tony showing footage that, and it said North Korea, it said like Pakistan, all that. And then it said, oh, wait, there's Justin Hammer in the footage. And Justin Hammer's trying to put his hand up to it as the one guy turns and breaks himself, which I believe was at an adversarial thing. So, or adversarial country.
I'm going to read because I was always under the impression that was just him showing his own footage of doing it. Well, but either way,
if that was what it was, and at least how they played it in the montage, my first impression was like, oh, that guy's already toast now. Tony just took him now. But they obviously didn't make that ramification for the rest of the film. So, anyways,
but yeah, one of we'll get to it later about one of my favorite scenes. I love that scene when he's showing the weapons to them. I know there's a controversy, and I know I feel you feel differently about it, which we'll talk about. But I think he's got a good spot in this movie. I think he's the right actor for that role because he's a funny guy, but he can also be very serious and dangerous. The problem is at this time in his career, they didn't see that side of him in other movies yet. Sam Rockwell now is good at playing that funny guy who also can play a very serious, bad, or very questionable character. And I think maybe they were afraid of doing that. And I think that they needed to lean more into that. If we had a couple scenes of him doing something right and correct and big, where, oh, that's something Hammer did do right or did get right, then I think we'd feel a little differently about how smart he was. But yes, this definitely does come up. It's like we only see the side of Hammer in this movie as the side that you would try to hide if you were a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
We don't see the actual front that he puts on because the only moments we get with him is behind the scenes with the bad guy. Yeah. So he comes off as that ridiculous. We don't see him. The only time we do see him act the way he's going to act, like as he's presenting, is when he is presenting the guns. And when he's talking there, he sounds competent, funny, but competent. Like, knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
But he's also funny, which is what that character does, what that actor does well. And I enjoy that part of it. But like when he's with Ivan, you think he's talking to some guy like off the street.
Yes, like a hobo type thing.
Which is okay if we knew the other side of him, right? Yeah. Because Ivan's definitely going to be smarter than him. But at some point, you think he kind of be like, a little smarter than Ivan. I don't mind him being funny, but it seems like they lean on the funny part of it more than where's the intelligence of it.
Yes.
Until the end. Then at the end, when he looks at her and says, you'll see me real soon. There's a moment there where you're kind of like, oh man, that's the most serious.
Yes.
Actual, like this guy might be a problem. Mm-hmm. And then we never see him again, folks. Yeah. Which is, it would make sense because he's probably in prison for life for treason and all sorts of stuff. But it's too bad because that's a missed opportunity for later, right? Because he could be a great, villain to bring up again later, or is someone involved later somehow.
I agree. Yeah,
just gone makes no sense. I don't think he's bad enough to get rid of. I just think that they were more careful about how to handle it, and they put all their eggs in on Ivan, which didn't hurt because I like I said, I like the villain. Ivan is a villain in this way more than I did before, but I do wish they put a little more depth to Hammer. I wouldn't go as far as not liking it as much as you are right now, but at the same time. But once again, we saw that court or the Senate room scene too differently as well. Yeah. So I think we need to look at that again just to have that conversation because I always thought that it was just footage of him at his facility and he can't make it. I never took it as him selling it to the bad guys. So I might be wrong. And if that's the case, I might agree with you a lot. So we'll go from there.
All right. Well, another part of the ending, I love seeing Tony and Rhodey team up to fight the drones. Yeah, I agree with you. In the beginning, when I first saw this, from what I remember a long time ago seeing it, I thought drones really. But as I'm watching this film, I'm thinking, okay, I can see get behind what they're trying to do with it. So, I did think that their chemistry, even on the battlefield, worked really together. So that's really cool to find that pairing, and you got it there. And I think that that's what started for me liking the Iron Man series, is seeing not only is Pepper and Tony got good chemistry, but Tony and Rhodey have good chemistry, and Iron Man and War Machine have good chemistry.
Agreed.
So I love all that stuff. I was worried personally when Vanko was putting on a suit for. There are two things that stuck out to me that initially are what didn't settle well for me. I would say about that. One is I don't like the character trope of repeating a villain from the past, and that was one of my worries they would do with this film, and they teetered on it. I wouldn't say they did a full on thing with it, but it was enough where I'm like, I kind of wish I saw him do it without putting on the suit. Especially when he goes through this whole spiel of, you don't need suits. What's his exact words? Drones better. And then he comes out in an Iron Man looking suit. And so part of me was worried when I first saw him appear in the suit. And I'm thinking, oh no, are we repeating Warmonger from the first film? That was my first thought.
Yeah.
It didn't end up similar, which I'm thankful for when it came to his demise and all that stuff. But there were, a part of me was like, is this a repetitive thing? That's the one thing I'll say about the Flash TV show from CW. And I like the Flash TV show. Don't get me wrong. But what lost my interest with it is the whole series was, I'm the fastest man alive, but there's someone faster than me this season, so I have to beat him. And he's doing bad things. After the third season of the same repetitive thing, you've lost my interest because I've seen this before. It's just a new version of it. And so that's what worries me when you get bad guys and they have this one specific thing for their adversary. Is I'm going to do what the other guy did, but in my own version. I'm thinking, I want to see something a little more unique every time. That's just my opinion. And I would even go so far, and then we're going to do retrospective on Iron Man 3, but they almost fall into that same trap again in Iron Man 3 to a degree. And it's different. So I'll give them that. Not different in the way I would have liked, but whatever. We'll get there when I can have it more refreshed in my brain.
Yeah.
But that was one of my worries. And the second worry I would say about that, that I'll touch upon, is there is a Marvel or an Iron Man villain, a classic Iron Man villain called the Crimson Dynamo from Russia, where Ivan is from, that has a suit very similar to what he puts on there. And so my first thought was, is this a hybrid of Whiplash and the Crimson Dynamo just in one person? Part of me is thinking, well, now you just robbed of both the characters of something unique about them. And we haven't seen or heard of Crimson Dynamo in the rest of the MCU thus far, which he potentially could come as a villain still, because they didn't establish that character in particular.
Right.
But part of me is wondering, is that what they did in this film to up Whiplash from like a C-tier villain to maybe let's make him more of a B-tier villain by adding two C-tier villains, or a B and a C-tier villain together in one. So that was one of mine, just for a comic accuracy point of view, a little worrisome for me.
I'm okay with that kind of stuff because not all villains are going to be able to hold up a movie.
That's very true.
So Whiplash as just Whiplash wouldn't make as much sense in the live action as it would on page. You know, because I think Whiplash, if he didn't have the suit, it would have been just like the first fight that he had at the racetrack. And then that's when I realized, I kind of need something. I just my shirt off out here. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I just kind of screwed up. And I always took him telling Hammer drones are better than suits, only to trick Hammer so you can control the drones.
Yes, that's.
I never
true,
took that
actually.
as him thinking that that's true. I think he just told him that so he had complete control over those things.
That makes much more sense, actually.
Yeah. And so I think this was him tricking Hammer into that bull crap. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm with you. It did feel almost like, man, this kind of repeats, but it kind of also felt like a build on.
Yeah.
And the whole movie is about the accessibility of the suit. So it's like another example of, hey, look, this guy, look what he did, you know. In fact, the fact that there's no follow-up to that later on bothers me more so, because then we just enter a world where, yeah, you know what? You were wrong, Tony, but we're still just going to let you have it.
Yeah.
If anything, this is more reason to take it from him.
Yeah.
But they don't do that. They move away from it for the same fear I think that you've had with theirs. They don't want to repeat.
Yeah.
Which may have been okay, really. But if you think about it, you know, logically, then yeah, we need to take this technology away. There's bad guys making it. We just had hundreds of people get killed at Expose as well with these things, you know, with that technology. So yeah, it's kind of silly how that doesn't get followed up on.
Yeah. But that was my 2 cents on that. Other than that, it didn't ruin the ending for me. As a matter of fact, I gave this, when we get to the scoring for the ending, much more favorable than I thought maybe it could have deserved. But
me too.
It was good. I also would say I do love that Tony admits his flaws at the very end, but he stands his ground, saying that I am Iron Man. Even though Nick Fury doesn't want him to be part of the Avengers Initiative, he says, well, too bad. If you want my stuff, you're getting me too.
Yeah.
And
I like that.
Yep. That's very good. Very good character development for him after this whole movie.
That's actually my best moment.
Okay.
So you can go on with that if you want, because I'm good. I love that ending. Like, him, that whole, well, you're not, we can't have you because you're crazy. Yeah, because, well, you can't have my stuff though either. Yeah. So I was kind of like, oh, shit. Okay, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, so I like that aspect of it.
Well, my best moment in Act 3 is the Black Widow scene.
Yeah, great scene.
And I'm going to tell you why that is my favorite is that it shows for Scarlett Johansson's character, Natasha Romanoff, that the whole film, she's a pretty face, but at this, you get one kick butt scene of she's not just a pretty face. She is the Black Widow that we know from the comics. If they had taken this scene out and just left it as that, I would have been disappointed in Black Widow's entry. Because it's one thing to introduce her and she's this sexy HR secretary that they made her look out to be, or a girl from legal or whatever. But then to really show her true colors later on, not just walking in this suit in the donut shop, but actually utilizing this suit and showing her ability. Wow. It's so funny. Happy thinks he's got the upper punch. He's like, I got it. He's doing everything. Give it to Happy. I wouldn't be able to do some of the stuff that Happy could do. And walk away from it feeling okay enough.
Yeah.
But he was so happy. He's like, I got it. And all of a sudden the guy's hanging and everyone's down.
Yeah.
You're like,
it's good stuff. It's good stuff right there.
So for that reason, she is kind of like almost a breakout character for me in the film, next to Rhodey, in my opinion. And I love that scene a lot. That is probably one of my favorite Black Widow scenes of all the MCU, to be honest.
Yeah. So that's up there. That's definitely
probably
in the argument.
When we get to the retrospect for each film that she's in, I'll tell you, okay, this tops her, or no, that's still a little bit better.
And at the very end, we'll do our definitive list.
Yes,
that'll be part of it. So
yes, you keep track of it too, ladies and gentlemen. All right, what's your biggest issue?
My biggest issue would be the hammer stuff. And I put on there. I think was the. I wish the fight at the end was a little more dire.
Yeah, I can agree to what you said there. I
felt a little anticlimactic at the end. There was a fight, at least. Yeah.
Other than what I already said about Act 3, what worked and didn't work for me, there wasn't any other thing I could touch on. Was the climax earned for you?
Yeah, 100%. Mm-hmm. Yep. I like him figuring it out. I like them figuring the whole thing out. I like what Ivan did to all the things. I like how I really think it all felt realistic in the scenario that they're in.
Yeah. All right. So what is yours?
Just fell short.
Same thing for me. I thought it was earned too.
Yeah.
What is your score?
8 out of 10.
Okay. Mine's 9 out of 10.
Okay. It's high.
It's high.
That's good though. It's high. Okay.
All right. So we'll move on to some of these other parts quickly here.
Post-credit scene.
Yes, post-credit scene. I forgot about that.
One of my favorites, actually.
All right. So what happens is Agent Phil Coulson arrives in the desert near, I'm going to mess this up, Parente Antigu.
Yeah.
Something like that. I'm sorry for anyone who knows how to pronounce that if I greatly mispronounced it. But after leaving Tony earlier in the film, he calls Nick Fury to report that they have found, quote, it. And the camera reveals Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, embedded in a crater. So,
yeah, awesome.
The purpose, set up the next film, of course. And does it pay off?
Yeah.
This is a good example, I'm going to say, of an excellent post-credit scene that not only pays off in the next film, but because an essential part of the next film.
Yep.
Because this,
agreed.
We're going to, Thor is our next episode, by the way, so y'all stay tuned for that. But this post-credit scene shows the hammer, and then there's a whole scene in the Thor movie of getting the freaking hammer out of his crater. And so I love that this is not just a tease of the next film, but an actual tease of the next big scene that happens in the MCU that we can see and watch. So that is very cool. And how important is this? I would say very.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah. I wrote on here, introducing a new flavor to the MCU that we haven't, as an audience at this point, experienced yet, and also showing it's assembling a bigger universe than what we know.
Agreed. That I was going to say the same thing. This is we've had the Hulk, and that's a unexplainable thing, and all that thing is a monster. But this is Thor. We got Asgard coming. I mean, this is we're talking about bringing gods into this. Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Another realm other than Earth, and how does that relate?
Right. It's almost morbidly works in its own way, because it's half, I can't wait to see it, and then it's half, if Marvel's going to screw up, this is where they screw up.
Yeah.
Because now it's when you get this big, this is where you're going to screw up, right? They didn't. So we'll get there. Yeah.
I completely.
Yeah.
So. And this also indicates to me, and we're going to talk about the Thor movie too, but in the future, once they see that Thor was successful in introducing a new flavor to the MCU, they were, all right, let's do Guardians of the Galaxy and push it even further. And it's great to see how they're reacting to them, and it's building a bigger universe, but also keeping it tasteful, where they know, oh, if this messes up, we're done. We can't do that again, at least.
That's right.
And thankfully, they've been able to really get good pull-offs. So my score is 10 out of 10 for a post-credit scene.
Same, 10 out of 10. Yep.
All right.
Awesome.
All right. Deep dives. Best performance for you.
The best performance of the movie for me,
mine's a cliche, but
yeah. I'm gonna have to say Robert Downey Jr. If I had to pick I only say that because he really is good in this one. There's some, it's funnier. He's balancing a lot of different stuff at once, and he makes stuff like you alluded to the very beginning. It felt like there's too much going on. He made it feel like it was easy to do.
Yes.
I do have to say though, I think Mickey Rourke though is real good in his performance. But I'm going to say best performance. If I got to pick, Robert Downey Jr.
Yep. Okay. I for the same exact reasons you did. Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, it was tough because there's a lot of good stuff going on in this movie.
Oh, lots. Yes, and he is better in this one than he was the first one, but he was able to build off of that momentum, and he maintained it, which is perfect. My most surprising performance, I'm going to say, is Don Cheadle, because this is his first entry into the shoes of someone else that's no longer there in the MCU. And so sometimes it could be a hit or miss. But like I said in my review of Iron Man 1, I do think Don Cheadle was the better of the two War Machines. And watching this film re-emphasized that for me. I liked him. So I put him as a surprise performance.
Yeah, I this one is shared. I have to split it between two. It's Don Cheadle for one, because he filled big shoes in Terrence Howard, and he actually was able to expand the character real quickly and very fast. Didn't make you feel like he wasn't replacing somebody. You're just, okay, he's got this, he's in, we don't care.
Yeah.
But let's move on, And honestly, if the roles were reversed and Don Cheadle was first and Terrence took over, we'd see the same thing. That's how close of good of actors both these guys are. I just happen to think Terrence Howard could carry a movie on his own, is the only difference. And I know Don would at me, and I don't want Don to think that, because I love Don. Don's done great movies. Actually, him and Terrence were in a movie called Crash together. Phenomenal movie, great movie, and they're great in it together. No, I don't think they have one scene together, but they're great in it together. Anyway,
so Marvel, you're gonna have to prove us wrong by giving us premiere tickets to Don Cheadle's War Machine movie when Armor Wars, when it actually comes out, and it's already done.
Bring it. Yep.
Anyways.
And, but I also do Mickey Rourke, man. Holy, do not underestimate. That guy's a weird fella. He's a weird human being. I think he's a lovely person though, but he definitely has some issues in his life. And I think that he did a very good job in this movie with, no matter who he was with, he took control of the scene. And I didn't feel that way the first time I saw this movie, but after watching it twice now this week, I'm just like, man, I underestimated how much I really like him in this role. And he plays it so well. Just this very unhinged, but calm. You almost feel like you could be his friend. He gives you that whole, Like we could be buddies,
Mhm.
but I'll break your neck if I gotta, and you don't see it coming. And I think that's what I like about him, is that he is unstoppable in that sense. But like he's so calm, where you think he gives you that false hope of like, oh, I could negotiate with this guy. No, you can't.
Yeah.
Like you really can't in the long run. You could, but at the same time, maybe you could. And that's the funny thing, because like he really is only after Tony, and he'll do anything to what he has to do to get there. I think he portrays that real well.
Yeah.
So,
all right. So I'm going to preface this next one is weakest performance. I'm going to start off with a little caveat in the beginning. I do not think this movie had many, if any, weak performances.
Gotcha.
I'm going to say that right off the bat. But because we have the question, I have to put on the list. I had the list in my head, a tier of the best performances all the way to what I thought was the weakest, just based on that. But this is no indication of the actor himself for this one in particular. I did put Mickey work for it, only because he kind of was not my cup of tea. Yep. But he did. And it's funny, if this was the best character, he would not be on that list there. He would definitely be higher. I actually would have put probably Justin Hammer lower on that, just because of how they portrayed him as a character compared to what they could have done with him. But I only put him as the weaker performance just because he wasn't too much of my cup of tea. But I don't have anything bad to say about his performance.
Yeah.
So what's yours?
So this was tough for me because, once again, nobody in this did bad. But we got to be honest. There's one that didn't do as good as the others, right? And you have to pick one. So you're kind of looking through all. Oh my god! Like when I could say Justin Hammer, but that's also the character problem and what it was written for him.
Yeah,
because what he did was fine.
That's why I had that same thought.
And the same with Mickey Rourke. There's things that you don't like about him, but I think what he did with what he's got was fine. So if I had to pick one out of the group, that it's because she didn't have a lot to say, it's going to be Black Widow. I'm going to have to go with Scarlett Johansson. But it's only because she did fine with what was written. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, what was written was not a lot for her. Mm-hmm. And I'm not basing it off of the fact that I think she was sexualized, because I don't think she was. I'm basing it off the fact is that she just kicked a lot of butt, and that's great. But there wasn't a big stretch acting-wise there, right? So I think that's my problem. She's already pretty. She kicked a lot of butt. Where's the acting?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. We get more later, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm not saying she's bad at all, because she's great.
Oh, yeah.
But in this movie in particular, there's not much there to go with. So I got to pick her for only, guys, for logical reasons, not because I actually think she's bad. So yeah, that's where I am with it.
All right. So the last part of this deep dive real quick is missed opportunities, or also known as wasted potential. We added this one in. We didn't have it in the first Iron Man movie review, but I think we added that in the second movie review we did for Incredible Hulk.
Yep.
So I put on there Justin Hammer, in particular Justin Hammer, but I did put Ivan Vanko on it too. As we're doing a talk about this, I can forgive the Ivan part of things a little bit more, so I see a little bit more of why they're going with that version of the character. So, okay, I'd even wipe that off of my thing. But Justin Hammer definitely is still a missed opportunity there.
Yeah.
In the fact that they made him a little too comical, too hilarious, so to speak, where he wasn't taken from me as serious as he probably should have been. And it's good to keep the comedy in there because it's part of his character. I get it, but also have a fine balance. Like you said, we only saw one face of him most of the movie. Where if we saw the more business end of things, we can see a little more how his brain would work, and maybe a little more menacing of a rivalry between him and Tony Stark,
or at least his intelligence. Because you and I we're on the same page with him.
Yes,
and I. If he would at least had seen a couple moments of why he's who he is, and you could have kept every bit of the comedy in there, but there wasn't a lot of scenes of his intelligence, and that I think that's a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is yours? Is that?
I Justin Hammer. Yeah, I'm not with you on Ivan though. I actually think that he was perfect for that. But yeah, with Justin Hammer though, that was my first thought.
I kind of changed my mind a little bit on the Ivan thing as the
I understand.
this movie too, because now I'm getting.
Well, you changed my mind on Black Widow because I was about to hammer on her hard, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? I got to rethink that. So
Same thing with me, because my first reaction to Ivan was like, oh, really, this and all that. But as we're talking him through and we're doing these type of videos, which that's why we watch these, and you guys watch and listen to these too, our audience, because it gives you a different perspective of what you initially thought of something.
Yeah, and it's good to change your mind about something.
Yes.
Because not always are you right.
It's part of life.
Yeah.
Like,
exactly.
Anyways, so this next section is direction and production. For me personally, when it comes to this section, I go through this really fast because unless it's very apparent that there's a problem there or very good, I don't need to touch upon it so much. So for director style and vision, I thought it was good. Cinematography, visuals, good. Action, good, improved since the first film. CGI, good, especially for the times. And music, not remarkable, other than I will say the AC/DC style of music definitely fits a Tony Stark's character.
Yep. I agree with all of that. I will say this just to kind of caveat it, just so it just doesn't feel like a throwaway section for us. Because right now it is kind of when it's just hits bar, it's like, what do we got to say about it, right?
Yeah.
I will say that the CGI was a little lesser for me, and especially in the scene where they fought in his house. It was very noticeable. A couple moments of like, it kind of looked a little weird. It almost looks what AI does right now. And music, I mean, come on, we need a score, man. What's going on here? And the cinematography is just bland, and the director's style is good, but this is why, though, we got a different director for Iron Man 3, because we needed something different and a different kind of pace and feel. Because whatever we talk about when it comes down to Iron Man 3, the problem with Iron Man 3 is not the director. And that's why Iron Man, if there's any saving grace to Iron Man, it was who they got to direct it, or to Iron Man 3 at least. I would say I love Jon Favreau. I think he's a very smart guy, but I also wish he had a little bit more of an artistic side of him that showing through, because it's hard to tell when it's a movie he's directed or somebody else's. I like it when you see a movie and you can see the thumbprint of a director. Like, oh, that guy, that's that guy's movie. You know, you can tell that this guy made this movie. I personally think that that's smart. And I'm not saying John's a bad movie creator or content creator. He's fantastic. He just doesn't have anything that makes me go, that's definitely John. So, So that's what I'll say is, it's just, this works now, but it wouldn't work more.
All right. So comes to our hot takes real quick.
Yeah.
On this. I initially had two, but I reevaluated the one that I thought was the bigger hot take, because as we've gone through this, I'm kind of a little corrected on that personally, but my own change of mind on it. I will say that Scarlett Johansson would not be my first pick as Black Widow.
And interesting.
So, and I say that, so a little bit of a history for Iron Man 2 too. The original casting for Black Widow was Emily Blunt, but she was contractually obligated on another film that she desperately says, even to this day, she wished she could have gotten out. Because one, it failed at the box office, and two, this was the role she would have wanted for starting off another career hit for her. Emily Blunt's a great actress, but hot take on that, I wouldn't have cast Emily Blunt either, personally, for me. So it just so happened to be to Scarlett Johansson's best interest that Emily couldn't do it. So Scarlett Johansson was the next picked. I think she did a great job. I'm not diminishing her acting in this role. And as we've talked about already, I think she did very, very well for her introduction to the MCU. And she's continued to hold that stance as being one of those top tier actors throughout the rest of the film franchise. But I would have casted Mila Jovovich. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. The woman from the Resident Evil franchise. And I'll tell you why. To me, she looks a little more of the Russian Natasha Romanoff. She's very beautiful and smart. She obviously could do the action scenes, so you don't have to worry about that. And the thing I would say about her, and I'm sorry, Scarlett Johansson, I don't mean to say this in a bad way at all. She has, when I can see this actress, Mila, in two different lights, either very sexy or very plain Jane. And that's actually, in my opinion, that's a great tool to have, because when you need Black Widow to be that sexy assassin, you can have it. When you need her to be undercover, you can have that too. And you can see, in my opinion, more of a radical difference than what you see of Scarlett Johansson. And I don't mean that in disrespect. You do great in the role, and I love what you've done with it. I'm not going to say anything bad about that part. But initially, going into this film, had I been in the casting director's chair, I would have tried to get someone like her in that film. All right. How bad was it? What's your thoughts?
No, I don't have a hot take this time, folks, because my mind was swayed. But I will have to say, your hot take at first was kind of like, man, that's something else. But as you're talking, I'm convinced. Mila, she was one of my first Hollywood crushes, so I have to admit that right off the bat. And she's a better actress than Scarlett. The thing with Scarlett that doesn't set right with me is she's such a memorable kind of face in a way, where the undercoverness of it and all that seems like people are going to start to know who you are. When with Mila, I think you could have gotten away with, she could be more of a chameleon and more of an average fit-in kind of person. It's almost like Scarlett's too pretty. You know what I mean? Where it's like, wait a minute, your Russian hooker looks a lot like the last one I had that stole all my stuff. You know what I mean? Like, they stole all our stuff out of the safe. Like, it's like, wait a second. It's like, but with the other, I mean, I don't know. This sounds awful. I don't want to bring, it's not about looks 100%. But when you're undercover and you're hiding your secret and you're supposed to pretend to be different people, looks have a lot to do with it, folks. So I think Mela would have been more of a chameleon in that. With that said, though, I like Scarlett Johansson as Black Widow.
I agree. And if I had gotten my way and gotten her in this film, it would have changed how we would have used Black Widow for the rest of the films, because I feel like especially Winter Soldier, which I'm going to tell you very quick, maybe a hot take, I think it's her best role as Black Widow in that film, personally. When we get there, we'll get there.
Yeah.
But it would have changed how Black Widow would have been in that film. And I don't want to change how Black Widow was in that film.
Yeah.
So it definitely would have made a different look for the MCU for that character in particular, but I still do like her as that casting if I had to pick an alternate.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, that's a good pick because she kicks ass too. Like she's shown that in Resident Evil, but also if you've ever seen The Fifth Element, she kicks a lot of ass in that too. So she's a great actress. And she has the range. So it's a hot take because I think it would have changed the character fundamentally.
Yes.
And I like Scarlett, like what we've gotten. I wouldn't change it now that we have it.
Yeah.
But it's not completely like, it's not like you said, Rosie O'Donnell. It's like, that would have been a hot take. So actually, Sammy, I'm going to have to tell you, I think a better Black Widow would have been, I don't know, Meryl Streep. Or less, I think a better Black Widow would have been, what's her name? Whoopi Goldberg. Why not? See, to me, that would have been a little worse. You didn't go that far.
Whoa.
You didn't go as far as any of them. So we're good. Or, Betty White should have been.
Betty White.
Just a CGI and Betty White this whole time. So.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, okay. That would have been a more drastic.
That would have been a drastic hot take. It is a hot take, though. I get it. But it definitely didn't floor me like I thought it would. So, especially while you were talking about it, it really made me go, boy, but the person you picked is what did it. Because I wouldn't know who to pick. I would have had to do a lot longer of a thought process on who to pick for that. And so I'm glad you put that in
at this point, this is the very first appearance of her. And I'm always, like I've said before in this podcast, that you have the source material of the characters that are written right there. So all you're basically doing, just like Samuel L. Jackson for Nick Fury, you're picking someone who not only could look the part, but act the part the best you can for that interpretation. And
I agree.
Mila, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Sorry. I love you to death. That's why I'm picking you. I would have picked her because she looks and I think can act the way that Black Widow is portrayed in the comics.
Yeah. Now I want a supercut though of Betty White and as Black Widow in all the scenes.
If someone's made it, send it to us.
Someone who has a good AI platform, let's make that. Let's do a couple. I want to just put her in the place of Scarlett Johansson scenes and let's just to see what it looks like.
Okay. All right. Quick fire question.
Yes.
All right. Answer fast. Don't overthink. It says here, best scene of the movie in your opinion.
I got two.
Okay.
One's my favorite. One is the actual best. I freaking love it when Hammer's giving his thing with the weapons. I love that scene. It's hilarious. It's the only time we see any kind of intelligence out of the guy, for one. And for two, when he pulls up the little missile and he goes, I call it the ex-wife. I think it's funny. It just hammers in. I like that they're just like stone-faced and he's reacting to them acting that way. I think that it just shows how funny Sam Rockwell is. And it actually highlights the missed opportunity he had with him, to be honest. But honestly, the real best scene is I love that when he discovers a new element, when he pulls the thing around and he's got the wrench and he's doing his thing and the music's playing and it makes it, to me, this is Iron Man as Iron Man gets. So those are my two picks. There's lots of other ones that are good. That is there's some you're going to bring up one that I agree with 100%, but I needed to pick some at least different, and those work for me.
I have one that's my best scene, my favorite scene, I should say, in the movie. Tony Stark discovering more about his dad and also speaking to the emotional part of Tony that we will later appreciate and realize he has the same qualities as his dad, because even though his dad is gone, and a lot of us like to think, oh, we're not going to be like our parents in certain ways that we don't like or appreciate. It's just part of our DNA that we're naturally prone to that stuff. I know that in my personal life that I was like 17, 18 when I lost my dad, our dad. And there are qualities that my mom has always said, oh, that's just like your father. And I didn't even know about those qualities.
Yeah.
Even personal taste type things. She's like, oh, that's definitely from your dad. So when I saw that he actually has footage of his dad that says, I do love you and I care about you. And you are the one who's going to make things right for this company and for the world at large. Yeah. I love that scene.
He's his greatest creation, he said.
Yeah, yes, his greatest creation. And then we see that pay off so well in Endgame when he actually comes face to face with his dad from that same time period. It's just chef's kiss right there. So
yeah, it's some brilliant stuff.
Anyways, my least favorite scene, I'll say, is the one that you put as one of your favorite scenes. But it's a similar reasoning that he has, just in different spots. The Justin Hammer showing off his weapons. I put it in my least favorite as it's not needed because, my opinion,
he's not wrong.
That scene, the way that we got Justin Hammer throughout the whole show, the whole movie, that scene wasn't needed. Had we gotten that version of Justin Hammer that we saw in there where he actually can talk military-grade weapons and have his comedic sense of style at the same time throughout the whole movie, yeah, keep that scene. But other than that, I could watch this movie without that scene and there's no consequences to that. So I'm like, nah, not needed.
Gotcha. Hey, that's a great argument.
Yeah.
I love it still.
Favorite villain moment?
When he first comes out, I love that his thing burns his shirt off and he just at that entire sequence with him and he does the cross whip and there's a moment when you're watching that movie while he's doing the cross whip, you see him like, oh, this man is scary, and the effects look the best they did in the whole movie. Yeah, right there. That's my favorite moment of him is his first attack on Tony on the racetrack. It's by far one of my favorite moments is in the movie.
Yeah. Well, mine I would forget the first part because I changed my mind on it. But my best villain moment was when he hacked the drones to start terrorizing everybody just to go after Tony Stark, because that really showed that his intellect was definitely higher than Justin Hammer's. Wasn't too hard, I feel like, in this movie.
But he wasn't just a brute either.
But he wasn't just a brute. Yeah, he actually was smart enough. He could hack into drones and do that stuff. And also played back to an earlier scene that he alone was able to create that same arc reactor where all these other companies, including Justin Hammers, was trying to do and kept failing at. And yeah, Tony is smarter than him because he created with lesser materials and under the pressure of his life, whereas Ivan didn't have that, but it still showed his intellect that he is smart enough to make the same thing. So I feel like that also played in a little bit of my wasted potential moment. If I want to see that part of him, more of a technologically, intelligence-wise fight between the both.
Gotcha.
We just didn't get that much to a degree. But anyways, all right, your most punchable face.
That senator man needs it right to the puss.
Amen.
Right to the puss. Just poo. He just everything. He even insults him with a smile. And I just want to punch you in the face. Because even later, he's not even consistent with how he feels. He's behind.
Yeah.
As long as it looks good, right? He's like,
Yeah.
just punch that guy right now.
That he has that face.
Yeah, that needs it.
It's that face is so non-expressive combined with that greedy attitude, and
Like,
he
he's the
looks so
nicest guy in
fake.
the world. You just want to punch him in the face.
It's just like, oh my gosh, he's just screaming for a punch.
Yeah, punch that guy.
Yeah. All right, one prop you take away.
I had to pick two. I struggled so hard. I would love a little missile on a stand that says the X-Wing.
I thought about that too. Yeah.
I thought, but then I also want the thing on Pepper's desk that keeps moving.
Oh
So
my
it can't stand.
gosh.
I want that. I don't know what it's called, but I want one. Yeah, he did. He I love how he had to stop it because it bothered the hell out of him. I like that. And that's it. Yeah. Those are my two. If I had to pick one, the desk thing would be the one that if I had to pick. But if I could, I'd get both.
See, mine's very weird on this, but I would have picked the box of the strawberries came in.
No, ours is the same scene. It's
the same scene, but just two different items. Yeah.
Yep, that's good.
Part of me is like, you know what? That's very abstract. That's like a little unique, a throwaway item. I like those type of things because for me, they're memorable of that.
Yep.
So
one of the other props I thought would be neat would be the element thing after he creates it would be kind of cool. In the box, the shape of the element, that'd be neat. Especially if you could push a button and it glow, that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Yeah.
Most underrated moment for you?
Oh, most underrated moment for me is, let's see. I would have to say, I don't think we talk enough about him creating the element.
That's true.
To be honest with you,
because that's a big monumental thing in mankind history more than anything else too.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal. And I think we always jump to the whole stuff that his dad does and says in the videos more to like the revelation of what really comes out of it. Like, I really think, and I might be wrong though, but at the time I underestimated how much I liked it. But that whole scene of creating the element, I really loved. I think it's underrated. I don't think it's talked about enough.
Well, I would say for me, it's Brody helping pick Tony up and seeing the cause of the struggles health-wise. I felt like that was a great character moment that I really shows their chemistry. So I thought that's definitely an underrated moment when you see the dynamic of their friendship and what it's going through.
Yeah, I like that too. I do.
It's a feeling that lacked in the first film that I think needs to be appreciated. It's
a good choice. Yeah.
Most overrated moment for you?
That stupid fight with him and Rhodey.
I'm going to have to change my mind on that too, because you helped me change my mind on that. I'm going to say the same thing.
I know for some reason people love it and they think it's funny and it's we peas and it's like, yeah, it's dumb. Sorry guys. It just doesn't, it really is. It's too, it's not what I would have liked to have in it, to be honest.
Your funniest moment?
His first time meeting Black Widow.
Yes.
He's boxing.
That is.
I love when she gets in the ring and he's just like sucking on the thing and he's just staring at her. Like, and just the way he's acting and then how he's looking her up while she's right there. Yeah. Like he's sizing her up, like, and that goes to show how smart he is. Like, he's being distracted by the pretty, but he knows that, wait a second, this isn't right.
Yes.
Yeah. And he just, how goggly he gets over her at first is great, which is even better later when you realize how he acts with her. It's like he as he changes and goes through it, and that's real good. I love it. It's hilarious.
To a T, my favorite too. Everything you just said, exactly. I love it. I love how Pepper is so cool about it too, because she knows, that's just Tony. But it never diminishes their relationship or gets in the midst of it. It's so good.
The only stuff I would put under here that would kind of qualify, but it's not really moments. It's something I like in this movie I wanted to bring up. Is little quirky things about Tony Stark going forward that out of all the characters in the MCU, there's other ones, but he's one of them that he builds. Robert, I'd say, did a lot of this. And I think that they just had a lot of funny, quirky things to do it with. He has a character to this guy that's real interesting, that is way bigger. I love that he loves cheeseburgers. It's just a random, why? Why not? And the other the other thing in it that is weird that you notice that even throughout the rest of it is he doesn't like to be handed things. Like,
That's
where's that?
true.
Where they never talk about where that comes from or why, but he doesn't like it. He's always just, yeah, I gotta say it's a thing. And it's always, all the time. Like,
Yeah.
And those moments always kind of made me kind of quirk up because they never tell you what the deal is. Just that he's a weird guy. Like, he's got these pet peeves. And one of them is, I don't get him stuff.
Yeah.
And there's moments in this where it happens. And I was, just set it in the thing.
Yeah.
It's a thing I got. It's like,
I feel like
even an emotional moment, he won't take it. Like, he's
a lot of super smart, intelligent people like that. All the geniuses you think of that we've had throughout history. I think they have those one or two little quirks about them that either, oh, you like cheeseburgers like I do. That's kind of like the most human thing. Or there's something like you don't want to be handed something. That's odd, but that's just how he works.
And I love that he doesn't get upset about it.
Yeah.
Like, because he knows, how would you know?
Yeah,
he just kind of like, I don't like being handed things. It's okay, don't worry about it. It's like, he's just so nonchalant about it. It's just funny.
All right. Yeah. Most emotional scene.
I had two. I thought the one between him and Rhodey was up there, but I have the same as you. So can I just say it then?
Yeah.
When he sees the footage, when his dad is directly talking to him, and I'm just, this is where it really hits. I agree. That is where this really hits, and it pays off later. Something like about this movie that we've talked about before, or that we brought up earlier, is seeing it now in the whole of the MCU. The emotional beats are there now, and you can't ignore them. Yeah. When he's giving the company to Pepper, and he says that it was always you. It's like, he says that when he's dying in the ship, and then Game. It's like, I can't detach myself emotionally from that because of what it was later. Yeah. And you give it to the Russos to reach back into all that stuff and take all those things out and use those little moments, because in the end, it's what made this guy so good. And that's something it's very, very well accomplished in my opinion.
And that's something I'll say that a lot of MCU films, and I say this not lightheartedly, is that they tend to forget some of these personal character elements later on. Not always. They do hit them. They definitely do hit them. But some characters that need a scene like this, they forget to do, or they forget to establish it enough.
I agree.
That I think that if they did more of this stuff, it makes those characters that seem like gods to us on the big screen come back down to a more human level for us. So, anyways, all right, we're getting to our final scores now of the film.
Yeah.
So, for the story, 1 out of 2, what would you give it?
I got to give it a 1.5.
Okay. I gave it a 1. Characters for you.
1.
Same thing for me. Action and visuals.
That's definitely I'll say 0.5. Yeah, I think visuals it lacked, and I think the action was good, but
to me,
a lot of heavy visuals.
It wasn't so jarring. I gave it too much of a thought, at least, so I just gave it a 2.
Gotcha.
Emotion and stakes.
I definitely give that a 2 in there. I think they hit it with him specifically.
Yeah, I completely agree. I gave it a 2. Rewatchability and the MCU impact.
I give that a solid 1. I want to go higher, but I could wait a while before I watch it again. I've watched it twice, but I didn't feel like I couldn't watch it the second time. Like, it was, if we were to watch it right now, we could talk during it. You know? Yeah. So yeah.
All right. So, my final score of the whole thing is an 8 out of 10.
Yep.
You say the same thing?
No, I'm gonna be.
It's okay.
8 out of 10's high. When you think it's an out of 10, we're talking about the whole MCU. I know this is gonna sound low, folks, but understand I'm using this score is, to me, like, very precious, right? It's got to be. So I'm gonna give it a solid 6.5. Sorry if that sounds low. Trust me, it's a great movie, and I love it more than I thought I would. But there's better ones coming. They just are. And I feel like if I went as high as an 8, what the hell would I give? We'd have to go to a 15. A couple of the others, but I get it. 6.5. Yeah.
So with that said, the official Goodell Multiverse score, combining our 2 scores, averaging them up, is 7 out of 10 for Iron Man 2.
Not a bad spot, though, for a sequel and third movie in.
Yes. Good. Honestly, for how sequels tend to be sometimes, it's very good. It's very good. It could have been much worse, and that third film would have been in question, especially in the infancy of the MCU at this point, because you need your sequels to really be good sequels, to continue onward. It's not like where you could take for granted them nowadays, where if you make a bad MCU sequel, the Marvels, for instance, that you think you could have a third film. They're probably going to get a third film, but if this was early stages, it would have killed the character immediately.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
All right. So, there's a post-credits seat score, but we both already scored a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's going to be up there in the conversation of one of the best.
Yeah.
So when we do our later list of the best one, that'll be one we talk about.
All right. This is our last section of the review, guys. One sentence final review, and then we are going to pitch to you our version of the film to a degree. What would you have done differently? That doesn't have to be long if you're just fixing certain scenes or certain characters, but your one sentence of the film is we got it.
Yeah, this is a great sequel to a great movie that builds upon the character that was introduced in the first movie. Highly recommend. Fantastic start to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, to be honest.
I agree. All right, I'm going to say mine is a good follow-up despite some flaws. It's not Marvel's worst sequel in retrospect. I think that it holds well.
Yep.
Holds up well.
Yep, very much.
All right, I'm going to pitch to you what I would have done differently. And folks, for this segment, we want you guys to listen to it, have an open mind for it. But at the same time, when we are done, we want you to share your thoughts and opinions in the comment section to say, oh, we agree with Sam's version. Oh, we agree with Ike's version, or we like what we got already. We don't need to change it. So please, those are the 3 ways to vote for this section. I'm going to tell you, for me, I would have made Justin Hammer a little more formidable intellectually wise. Something to a degree of maybe at the very end of the film, you show him in handcuffs in a jail cell, and he just has this look on his face that's like, I've been through all this stuff. I'm going to rise above it. Say something like, I'm going to aim higher. And if he emphasizes the word aim, that's a classic MCU villain that actually is AIM is his own rivalry to Stark Industries, and that could have been Justin Hammer's rise to saying, I'm taking this more seriously going forward. I'm not going to be that goofball or screwed around like that. I would have done something a little more like that. And I would have made Ivan a little more demonstrate his intelligence more so on the level of Tony Stark, rather than just, in my opinion, a little more of a cliche villain type thing. Not a prisoner to Justin Hammer, but more of equals to Tony Stark in that regard. So that's just why I would have done a little bit differently. Other than that, and the scene we already talked about of Rhodey fighting Iron Man, tweaking that a little bit to maybe show a little bit of an origin of War Machine already testing the suit in the military, and now he's going to use it against Iron Man to make him stop acting like a jerk. There's some wiggle room there for that, but that's the main thing I would have changed for my version.
Okay. So I would have definitely made Justin Hammer more smarter sounding. I would have changed his intelligence for sure. I would change how the military gets a hold of the suit and not have the fight between Rhodey and Tony happen. Although the fight between Rhodey and Tony isn't a bad idea in a moment for the movie, I just don't think that would have been the moment for it. So I would have kept the fight somewhere else and done it differently for different reasons. And now I can't get into specifics, guys, because I tell you, it's a tough movie to write, right? I would have changed the end a little bit. I would have probably had it where I think it would have been more interesting and build onto more of why Tony's the way he is. If Ivan would have won at the end and before he gives Tony the killing blow, it's War Machine that actually saves his life and defeats Whiplash. It would have been a great last to villain given his little, I'm going to say this to you so you know why I'm killing you. And Tony kind of being pinned and not being able to do anything. And then Rhodey really stepping up and doing something big. I think that had a little more emotional stake at it, which would have been a little more fun. I think that would add a little flavor. Not saying what they did was bad. I keep what you did is fine. Obviously it's there. It's what it is. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying if I were the writer of this, that would have been would have done differently.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's good.
I like your pitch. Ike is a lot more ambitious, and with these
Well, I'll take
pitches,
chances.
like that's really
People die. I'm telling you right now.
all right. Well, that's awesome. That actually concludes our episode for the
What a great one, huh?
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are on Facebook. We are on Instagram. We just started a TikTok page, by the way, but the handle is not. It's giving me technical difficulties. It's changing it to the Goodell Multiverse handle for some reason. So I think it says Goodell Multi-V or something weird like that.
Oh, goodness.
But give it 30 days. That's going to change because it says I could do it in 30 days. Anyways, we are going to be on TikTok. We're already on YouTube. So if you're just listening to us on the audio version, please join us for the video version. And it looks like our camera's held up for the first time since doing this. So
yeah.
Yay. All right. What's next for us? We're reviewing the next episode of Born Again.
That's right.
Yep. And what's the next movie?
Thor. Yep. We're going to be hitting Thor, guys. The first Thor movie is we actually had to look this up because we're like, man, was it Captain America or was it Thor? Come to find out they're the same year. So it's quite amazing to think back in the day we got those two movies in the same year. So yeah, I can't wait to hit Thor. We're heading off to Asgard, guys. We're gonna see what's going on. See Chris Hemsworth at his best. And probably one of the best villains the MCU's ever had get introduced to. So we're gonna have a good time with that one. I honestly haven't seen Thor, Sam, probably since. Oh my, it's probably been a good 10 years since I've actually watched the first Thor. And not because I don't want to see it, just there's so many to watch sometimes. And it just wasn't one I threw on again. So it's going to be interesting to see how rewatchable it is, to be honest.
I'm excited for that too, because I'm trying to remember when I saw it last, and it had been quite a while. I don't know if it's been 10 years like you, but the only thing I remember of it is this is a young Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah, for sure.
I know that the behind the scenes of how the cast is and all that stuff. I'm looking forward to doing a deep dive like we do in the breakdown, the beginning of these segments, because I love just learning all those little things and then see what happens later,
I remember liking it when I first saw it. I do. I don't know if I remember loving it though, but I do remember liking it. So I'll be curious to see if it holds up. I hate to go into it and come out as the Incredible Hulk thing. I wonder why it got done.
Yeah,
but I don't think so. I think this is definitely a surprise.
What I do remember of it, and now we'll get into more of that at the episode, but I do remember our dad taking me to the Geneseo movie theaters to see this. Thor was his favorite character.
Yeah, that's true.
And he loves that film.
Yeah.
So if he is a personal fan of Thor and he liked the movie that they did of it, I can already tell you they probably did the comic accurate wise, because that's how I get that stuff from our dad.
Yeah, there's a couple things I've actually been wanting to pitch. So I'll pitch it to Sammy right here on channel right now. I'd like to do a sometime Lord of the Rings, Fellowship to Return to the King, like a 3-episode, like we're doing with this, but for those sometime.
Yeah,
because not only for our dad because he loved them so much, but because they're so good, it's darn good.
Yeah,
I get real hardcore into some little fun Lord of the Rings stuff, So yeah, but for sure, can't wait to get into Thor.
And I accept that. I think that'll be pretty cool.
Yeah,
I do like Lord of the Rings. I got into it from our dad, and for me, whenever I hear that music, such an amazing song. Anyway, but that always brings back good memories for me. So I would definitely love to do that. So, oh boy. All right. But first, let's get through Marvel, and we're going to see you in our next episode. Until then, guys, have a good rest of your day.
Yeah.
And
thanks for joining us.
That's right.
All right.